the academic preparation you have in, and the world in which you want to change? And lastly, how do you have the people skills, the human skills to make you the leading light in the society in which you live? M, motivation. E, exposure, get tested. 3, academic preparation. L, leading light. Having done all of this, we need legal protections for women. A lot of us pass on property to our female heirs or male heirs or both. But there isn't any thought attached to how the men and women in the next generation can get along together. The last case to be adjudicated by the Privy Council before Ghana became independent was the case of my grandmother, Sarah Duka Craig Rennie versus Benson. In that law, in that legal legacy, women are supposed to inherit 14.4 square miles of land, cocoa land. The men can eat in it, but they can't own it. They can be trustees, but they cannot own it. Their job is to make sure that as the woman creates children, nurtures us, puts her life on the line for us to be born, the men are there to protect her and the children. But what happened was that the women were not given the education they needed to know how to manage the land. You see, so it's not enough to just pass on property to the women and ask the men to be trustees. You have to provide the education in management, the laws, etc., of the land, so that bridges can be built between men and women. These are some of the comments I had hoped to elaborate on as a speaker, but I hope that you got the gem of what I wanted to impart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Maurice Appiah. You just can't give microphone to professors, with all apology, without them impacting some knowledge. Yet, so that's a beautiful one. Another round of applause for Prof. I don't know why when a good speech is delivered, even long after it is delivered, it lingers in your mind. You know, when the rep of the gender minister, Madam Richlove, was giving her address, she mentioned the cabinet has approved the affirmative bill, and that's a good one, positive one for us. So another round of applause for her as well, and the government as well. So we want to take another brief. I don't know. I wanted the guys at the back to project the definition of brief for all of us to read again, because I'm calling another person brief remarks from the rep of the Queen Mothers here. And so if they have a rep who will give us a message, brief remark from them, 2 minutes, all of them. Okay, so then let's start from the very first one. Please, when you come, kindly whisper your name to me, and then I can address you. Protocol, can we take the list, the name of the rest? So that's a round of applause for her. See how she's queenly dressed, elegantly dressed, beautiful kente. And so
good morning to you all. My name is Nana Udi Asempa Abna Ayabia Okani the First. Asumkahima Edukum Ekwapim. I stand on all the protocols already we have. Gender equality. Women have been marginalized for a long time, and we've been giving our sons or men all the opportunities. Today we are here and we are happy this thing is coming on, because we want women have been our voice and also affirm yes. And as we move from here, everybody put on our hands on deck and make sure that our female or the ladies or the women will be given more opportunities. And like you're saying, salaries are low. We are not giving a lot of spaces in works or farms and stuff. Now we'll be giving priorities, probably because of our educational levels or something. We should be giving priorities not because of our education, but probably because we
Can we please welcome mothers? Give us a word. 2 minutes. Let's see if she can beat her her record.
thought.
Royals. You see us with our clothes like that, it's not easy. Recently, I had a distant encounter with Edu Sport. We lobby for a library. And then I wasn't having any chief, but just around the corner, a chief appeared. And he doesn't know anything about the library, the Genesis to the Revelation. No. And I wanted to launch, commission it with the EduSport. He says, no way, you can't do it. Okay. But I was able to do it. What I've done, I'm not going to give you a chance for you to take the glory. No. Then, when we went to the door to cut the tape to enter, no idea. So that shows you don't know anything about the library. So it's everywhere. Gender is in royals and chieftaincy. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. It doesn't bring development. It's not good. My great-grandmother was a queen mother, a chief, an ebusia penny, oba penny, everything. And that time, that community, there was peace. Now, we have the queen mother and so-called
language, right? So a round of applause for her again.
Good morning, all. I'm Nana Kolekin Kole, the first. Adan Tepebiawe Divisional Queen Mother. I'm glad to be here, and it's an honor to be called upon just to add the word. And it seems our father has already come in to say something similar to what I want to say. We are 10 in all, and my mother happens to be with a disability. Unfortunately, our father got ill very early. So she has to suffer and do everything. 10 children, and the age group is it's not spacious. So she has to suffer. A person with one side not in good form. So while she is baking, she's sewing, going around, doing this adiye and other things. Some of us have to be given out to some of our cousins to take care of us. And this shows that gender equality has been there in future. And by God's grace, she was able to live many years, and we also came to take care of her. So the short of it is that gender equality, we have to lay hands in it so that we work hand in hand to improve our nation and our society. It seems Nana has already come to say, I'm battling with a problem in Ada about this Asamoah issue. There are things covering the whole things, but if you say it, politics are going here and there. But we will continue to say it because our children who will be coming, if we don't take care, they will come and curse us, even whilst we are in our grave. I thank you all. God be with you.
Thank you very much. So whilst we are doing gender equality, we are looking at generational equity as well. That's good.
Good morning. My name is Awuya Ekufubia Adepa II. I'm the Queen Mother for, I'm the Ekuapem Adontin Gwantia Emeba Hema. So I'm the Queen Mother for the youth, especially the girls. Please, I'll emphasize much on education. The only thing I will say is Dr. James Emmanuel Kweji once said that if you educate a man, you educate one person. But if you educate a woman, you educate the whole nation. So please, I'll urge all of us to help our children, especially the girls, to go to school and help them in everything they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Royal Hill Kura, are we ready for maybe just a minute of some musical interlude, and then we'll have the conference chair address us? A minute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hideo Kara. Our next speaker is the conference chair. So she's give us a keynote address and also a few remarks about the conference. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. First Mrs. Mama of DC. Round of applause for her. Professor Mama, the woman of notable history, first female vice chancellor or rector for technical university in Ghana, and also a renowned gender advocate. Round of applause for her. So you can see her quality and control. Take over this.
I think we should adopt it. Yeah. So the representative of the Minister of Gender, board chair of Global Presidents, Nanum, you look so beautiful today, very, very beautiful as usual. Please permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to start an existing protocol already established for this occasion. I'm so very happy to be here. I don't know whether I'm the only person that is super excited because it's a very historic conference. We will be having a lot of conferences that are gathering with themes on gender or sections on gender. But our whole conference, everything we are going to say is discuss and share everything just on gender equality. That's very, very, very important. I think the organizers have done very well. Let's give them a big round of applause for this. Thank you. I will speak generally to the theme of the conference, but I want to focus on STEM and TVET, the gender parity and culturally sustainable development. We focus on STEM and TVET, but I end up addressing the whole the gender team. I'm so happy to be here, as I said from the beginning, to meet all of you, to network, to collaborate, to do greater things. And you are all very, very beautiful. My name is Smiles. When I'm presenting, I don't need Smiles, that's what motivates me. So just give a big smile to somebody inspired you. It doesn't cost anything, does it? No, we need to make good friends, make it one or two friends before we leave. We are all champion one cause. Good. So just simply, that's my presentation outline. I'll look at the background, the critical issues, and the ability to gender disparity, whether that is a myth or just fact, whether we really have issues or not. We've already had beautiful messages from the grandmothers. I'm really motivated, and I'm really going to understand them more. When they look so beautiful, you think they don't have issues. But they are right there in the communities, dealing with all the biases and all the stereotypes. So, are you going for the good job you are doing? Straight to the point, when we talk about STEM, TVET, okay, that has caused a lot of industrialization or development in the most developed countries, Germany, Australia, America, China. China is STEM and TVET that has brought them to where they are now, because they provide practical jobs, hands on the job, and people are able to quickly get jobs and do things for themselves. But in sub-Saharan Africa, we realize that there's a great gender disparity prevalent in those areas. When the researches, the studies I've looked at, realize that in Africa, we only have 30% or less than 40%, I'm sure of that, of females in TVET and STEM, science, technology, mathematics, engineering, and technical vocational education and training. So I'm not surprised for Harold to tell us that the gender gap is so wide, because that is where the job is, that's where the money is. So if you are not in those areas, we don't have females in those areas, then we really have issues. And then when we look at our SDGs, from the first one, that is no poverty, to the last one, that is the partnership goals for all of us to come together. We have health there, we have climate change, all of that, all of them. The goal 5, that is gender equality. That one is central to all of them. And achievement of gender equality leads to attainment of all of them. So what we are doing here today is we are trying to be able to achieve all the SDGs. Because when we are able to address that issue, then we don't have much to say. And it's just like the biblical, seek ye first the kingdom of God, right? And all other things to be added. So when we seek ye first the kingdom of gender equality, then we are sure to get everything. Good. So let me just a brief definition of what is a gender equality, the SDG 5. We are going to have a presentation mainly on that, but for the purpose of this presentation. So the first one, women and girls everywhere must have equal rights and opportunities and be able to live free of violence and discrimination. In Ghana and most countries, I'm very sure of that, when you look at our constitution, you look at our policy document, you look at everything, there is no discrimination against women. There's nothing that shows that there's gender inequality or anything. Is that right? Then what is the issue? The issues are there, huge. They are more than being written. The stereotypes, you have seen, Madam Catherine has said a lot about that. The gender roles, the expectation, the biases are just too wide. If there's a decision to choose between a boy and a girl to go to school. So a few years ago, when in Koforidua Technical University, I have a son. The first born be a boy and the second born be a girl. So the boy was taken, year 5, was taken to international private school, very good school in Koforidua, Madonna School. So the second one being a girl, and he took the girl to a public school, one of the best public schools. So I called him because I've been monitoring all my son's girl child, all of them. I want to make sure where they are placed. Then he said, Madam, the boy, you know the boy is everything. So I need to give him all the good education so he can come and look after us, and even the sister. As for the girls, as for the girl, what? You know the person you are talking to? Then he said that, okay, madam, the main issue is money, resources. I can't afford 2 children in a private institution. I said, no, you've already put them to school. But next year, either you remove the girl to join the boy there, or remove the boy to join the girl there. You have to choose one. But I want to tell you to save money, a lot of money, and bring the girl to the private school. So he said, thank you, madam. He did that and brought the girl to come and join the boy in the private school. A very brilliant girl, did very well in the BC, went to Wesley Girls, and she's now doing medicine. Very brilliant. And she's everything in the house, leading everybody, the whole family. I said, that is the issue. You don't just say that, oh, I don't have money, so let the girl go here or the boy go there. I went through a public system, and when I was very young, I have a boy after me. I was very brilliant, reading, Bible, helping my father being a reverend minister. So one day during the church service, I was helping him. So I have an elder brother, a step brother. He came to the service. Then I was 9. So he told my father after the service that if my little sister is so brilliant, then the boy after her, will be most brilliant. So I want to take the boy to Accra and give him the best education so that he can come back and look after the family. Because if I take the girl, she'll just end up in a kitchen or somewhere. My father wasn't amused at all. He said everything, but my brother insisted. So they took the one after me to Accra, and I was left in a village, Stark village. I didn't go to any international school, Accra, or anything. But my father advised me and spoke to me that don't worry, my daughter, you can also make it. He gave me a lot of examples and everything. So I said I will not disgrace my father. Long story short, struggling to write the commentaries in the village and everything. Just at age 14, my father passed away. But 14 years in my life, what that man pushed into my mind was ready. I was ready for life. I was ready to make it to any level. And without me, I would say the family wouldn't be where it is now. So those are the issues I'm talking about, the first one. So it's not written. So a lot of men make a lot of comment. There's not the gender discrimination. Look at our constitution, look at this. But what is happening at the background, the perception is worse than being written. So what are gender issues? I want to go through some critical issues quickly. Gender, for my sake of my presentation, you can have your own definition. But I'm just looking strictly at the male sex or the female sex and nothing else. Then gender parity. Gender parity is just a statistical measure that describes the ratio of females and males in a given population. Okay, it's a tool to find out that how many males we have and how many females in organization or in a community or in a committee or whatever we want to do or in parliament. So gender parity will ensure if you're able to conduct that, they will see whether we have gender inequality or quality. So it's the same story as gender equality. And it's very, very important in assessing gender inequality in specific areas, in setting goals and assessing change and progress and the specific indicators of gender equality. So I'm looking at a tool that can measure in any setting, any goals, any decision, any position, the number of females or males in the population. And that's what will help us to be able to come up with concrete measures to address the situation. So I have a little statistics. I will not spend much time there. The situation as we have now, this is very current, 2023. AU member states, what do we have here? We have covered 46% of our journey to gender parity. Analysis of 45 AU member states with available data shows that countries have increased. Some countries have increased and others are actually decreasing in sub-Saharan Africa. And also, I have some West and Central Africa, the issues are not very good, to tell you the truth. No wonder Harold said it takes us 169 years to be able to close up the wage gap. But we are going to work harder to be faster than that. Then in Asia, they're doing very well. Hong Kong, Japan, and other places, and other developed countries, they are breaking the glass ceiling, and they are trying to close up the gap. So, gender parity, briefly, we know that the UN doesn't play with it at all. It's a UN charter that has been signed by all member countries, and every member country is supposed to do everything to widen the gap. It's supposed to be a 50-50 gender goal in organization, in any setting, whether the leadership position or anywhere, it should be 50-50. But the issue is, do we find the women there prepared with the qualifications and everything? Because gender equality, we, the gender activists, we are not saying that lower the bar for us. We are not saying that if you are not qualified, put us in that position. But are we ready to be there? Those are some of the issues we need to look at. Yes, another one is saying that gender parity is an urgent need because of the statistics we have, because of the issues. If you take us 169 years to close the gap between male and female, then it's an urgent need. So the conference is timely, it's in place, and I really applaud organizations for this, which this place should be filled, because this is a very important and urgent issues we are addressing. Gender parity benefits all. And I love the part that says that barriers that limit women negatively affect men. Negatively affect men. The barriers that will limit me from making more money, it will affect the kitty in the house. I can't contribute more. In society, I can't help in the decision making. Because diversity is very important. I can't raise your children well for you. I can't give a good advice. We can't have great queen mothers that will lead the fall, look for funding and projects in our organization. That indeed, barriers that limit women negatively affect men. I hope they know. Then, gender benefits all of us. Yes, gender parity is about maximizing talent. All of us on board. You bring your idea, I bring my idea. In the ballroom, so many ballrooms, either the only lady there or no lady at all. Big communities making decisions for our children, for our women, even for men. We even make better decisions for you, men. Please admit it. Sometimes the choice of your clothes or decision, other things, when your wives advise, you think that is a very great advice, right? Yeah. So it's very important. We don't want to equality. When we talk about education, 79 of girls attend primary school in the rural areas and 86 in urban areas. Our constitution says that every girl, everybody, is a human right. Every child should go to school. But why do we have this? Reproductive rights and gender-based violence, the issues are there. Yeah, we have rarely hear stories of women battering men. That one is also there, but the other one is more. So when we talk about gender-based violence, they say that what about the women also beating the men? Oh, we are fighting for everybody. It's not just a female issue. We are not endorsing that one too. Labor market participation, property ownership, and decision-making. Women representation in parliament is just about 15%. I'll come to details of all that in the presentation. So, what is causing these gender disparities or inequalities? Socioeconomic norms and beliefs, minds, the man, because and business women, you go to the market all over, but the kind of work they are doing and the kind of work the men are doing. So we see what we are getting from it. And education disparity, very, very important. Sub-Saharan Africa is the lowest scoring region when it comes to gender parity in education. With an overall score of 54% against a global average of 75%. So we have a lot of work to do. So I have this, I came across this quotation that I love so much, I want to share with you, that countries with greater gender equality show more connectedness agreements, which lead to positive effects on health, general well-being, therefore significant contribution to national development. So it's not a small work we are doing here at all. I'm gradually getting to the end. So TVET, that's very important because I'm from a technical university, polytechnic background, and I've seen the issues, the inequalities, engineering, building technology, and all those classes, you just see one female. Sometimes you don't see any female at all. And TVET is very important in industrialization. And women, our population is higher than a little bit higher than the men. So if you leave that population behind, and we are just concentrating in the low-paying job in the offices and things that will not give us a lot of money, then where are we going to? And the jobs that we get from that TVET produce, that's what is needed in the fourth revolution. In the future, if you don't acquire any skills in these areas, then it's very difficult for us to move on. And in spite of all the major transformation in the educational sector, Africa is still faced with the misconception that male-dominated career programs in STEM TVET are best suited for men. Yes, because the women are given all sorts of names. If you want to go into those areas, you want to be an engineer, you want to be a quantity surveyor, you want to be that, they say you will not get any man to marry you. You can't even give birth. You're always wearing trousers, working. You want to be a mechanic, and your mother will even cry that why are you going to these areas? Why can't you just get any work to do? So those are some of the issues. But the women, the females are really interested in those areas. But those are not able to be strong enough and insist that no, I want to become a geodetic engineer. I want to work in the oil and gas sector. I want to do this. They are just intimidated. So research by UNESCO shows that the STEM and TVET area is largely male-dominated. So it's very important that we bridge the gap in that area. Then we can achieve our SDG 5. Yeah, still on my TVET, that is the short winner that we want to encourage our children to go into, for us to research into, to become a big contractors, all the industries and all that. Girls are interested in learning those skills, as I've said. And now we have a lot of women going into IT, robotics, cyber security and all that, which is very, very good for us. Because if we don't do that, it's unprecedented opportunities for the prepared economy. Sub-Saharan Africa, we should be prepared and really involve our women in STEM and TVET if we want to really develop. And I wasn't surprised when Harold even said that the manufacturing sector, that's why the women are less. Because research and all my studies have confirmed that one too. Okay, so gender disparity, gender inequality, is it a fact or a myth? Yeah, people are talking too much, you're making so much noise. Are you sure you these gender people, there's no issue? Don't we have female VCs? Don't we have a female chief justice? Don't we have a female here and there as CEOs? Is it a myth or a fact? Are we just making unnecessary noise? Let's see just some few ones and I'll be done. I'm happy we have a national gender policy, and I was one of the people that developed the gender ministry some years ago, because they've identified the inequalities and the issues, especially in education. So the gender policy is being implemented to make sure that some of these issues, the curriculum that you have spoken about, the textbooks, and everything is being rectified, because it's a very sure influencer of that. Then, 2021 Global Gender Gap Index ranks Ghana number 117. That's why this place should have been filled. Of 156 countries, and 23 in Sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, we have the female VCs. We give glory to God. We have the females heading institution, but how many are they compared to the men? We have a long way to go. And Australia is telling us that's very, very important, that every day a country fails to close the gender gap, it loses a potential GDP increase of 11% every day. We are losing it. We say we want money. The economy is hard. Whatever this and that. Let's look for the root cause. Then, so this are another fact from our recent population and housing census to show that women, we have significant, represent a significant aspect of the population, but women still underrepresented in management. Is true. This is the illiteracy rate. Upon all that we are doing, the situation is very worse in the rural areas. The females going to school and the male going to school, because the females are supposed to help their women farm and do this and cook and do all that, and the males must go to school. So there are real issues, real issues. And we have this one too here, right here in Parliament. We have 40 females and 235 males. And that's not gender inequality. Then it's what? The 6,000 assembly members. These are the percentages that we have. These are our decision makers, the policy makers and influencers. So there's a real little situation about Nigeria comparison. It's where it's there, we have a lot of women, the percentage is very high, but the situation is not good at all. The small proportion of girls who do enroll in primary school do not all continue to higher levels. That is the issue in Sub-Saharan Africa. Now they are sending the girls to school, but we are talking about retention in the school. We are talking about progression to higher level. We are talking about the area that they are in. Those are the issues now. And politics, power and control of our resources, of distribution, of what should happen. So who are those in the politics? When the females want to try, they are giving all sorts of names. And women, we can't stand all that goes in politics again. They say it's a very dirty game. You say something small about my children or my husband or myself, then I'm afraid and I'm sad and I'm crying. So we have to be emotionally tough and venture in all the areas. That is the only way out. So these are some of the situations that we have. And we are saying that the participation of women should be increasing and not reducing. No matter how dirty or tough the politics is, we have to be part of it. We also have to go there and play it very well. And even play it better and show the men that politics is not dirty at all. Then, societal and cultural norms in many African countries are opposing to women's quest for access to TVET and STEM. Not just that, okay? So it doesn't sound well in the mind of a chief that the Queen Mother should rather lobby and get a project and all that. He should take the glory, because we do a lot of things and the men take the glory. And I love what my mother said, that stop it. We are no longer going to give the glory to you. So they give them all sorts of names, they label them, so they are not able really to go into those areas. And there are a lot of hindrances. I was doing a research on female contractors, and if you listen to some of the hindrances, you'll be ashamed. There are some portion of lands that a woman, if you are menstruating or in your period, you can't stay there. So if you're a qualified contractor, they can't give you a contract because you might get there to work while in your menses. And also they don't also believe that the woman can perform very well. But all the supervisors and the other chief male contractors, they say that the females, they even do better when we talk about quality, attention to detail. But they can still believe that we can do some of the jobs. Very, very, very sad and shameful. So how do we chart the course? I'm gradually ending. The team is bridging the building bridges, shutting the course to achieve the SDG 10. So what's SDG 5? The first one that's very important to me is in our TVET, the STEM, is when you go to the labs and the environment. It's so masculine and not so much friendly. When I was at Tech, the quantity surveyor, the geodetic engineers, they have to carry some heavy instrument and walk so many miles, wear trousers and everything. We are saying that we should infuse advanced technology into teaching and learning of some of these courses. Okay, we have advanced technology in the developed countries that you can even measure whatever kilometers or miles you want to measure without having to go around and be holding the tape and bending down and all kind of labor-intensive methods. So when we are able to do that, I think more of my sisters will be encouraged to be part of it in all the STEM and TVET areas. They are all traditional, labor-intensive. That's what our fathers and uncles fear for us to be part of it. Scholarship for women is TVET and STEM. Okay, when I was a vice chancellor, I instituted a scholarship for every year. I said 10 females from needy background, free scholarship if you want to go into any engineering course. So if you're able to do that, that's why it's good to have females in position. Concrete steps should be taken to appoint women in leadership position in all the sectors, not just in TVET. Okay? Bridging the gap, we have a lot of policies, a lot of documents, social harassment policy, this and that, but we should not just put them in the drawer. Let's implement them. It is very, very important. We have one now on guidelines for prevention of pregnancy among school girls and facilitation of re-entry into school after childbirth. A lot of our girls are getting pregnant, dropping out of school. Queen mothers, is that not it? And now there's a policy that go and give birth and come back. But how is it implemented? We need a lot of counseling for them, a lot of psychological advice to prepare them to come back. You don't just say, oh, we have a policy, re-entry, we'll go and give birth and come back. They can't come back. Or even advise the parent And we even have a place for them to keep their children, opportunity to nurse the children if they have to. So we need to put all those structures in place before you say that we have a policy for girls who are, whatever it is, should come back. So the men that the boys that have impregnated them, they are comfortable in school, progressing, and I drop out. Is that not it? Let's help the girls to come back. The gender budgeting is very important. We have it in the policies, it's there, it's approved. But in our institution, how much do you allocate for gender issues, for advocacy, for going out as role models to talk to children, young ones? How much do we have for the Queen mothers to be able to do those works? It's very, very important. Gender auditing is you try and look at your system, your organization, everything, and see whether there are inequalities or equalities, and what we do to address them. I thought I was doing so much about gender in my institution, but I asked for gender auditing, and I was surprised. The committees that we form, we have one woman, one lady, and we have a lot of males. What can she do if you want to vote on issues? So implementation of gender policies are highly crucial. Then we have mentorship. We know it's very important. I conducted a study in Northern Ghana last year. 1 month I spent the whole of last month in the northern region and Upper West and Upper East, and I was surprised. Our teachers, they don't like posting there, and I don't blame them, because where would they sleep? And they miss all sort of TVs and all the beautiful networks and all that. So the girls, they haven't even seen a female teacher before. So what is motivating her to continue her education? All the examples she sees around there, their mothers laboring, giving birth, going to farm and working, that is all. And one of the ladies said, I want to be something just because of a party woman organizer. That's the only leader that the person has seen before. So if there are real issues there, we need mentors, we need to go out there and showcase ourselves. The advocacy, CSO, Queen Mothers Association, churches, most, we should even just reserve some 15 minutes to talk about this issue, because it's very, very much important. The child marriage, I don't want to go there, but it's still live. We say it's not there, it's still there. Forcing the children to marry at any age. The old men, they only have the appetite for children less than 60 years. That's what they want now. God have mercy on us. Then we call something gender transformative education, very important. Now we try to address all the issues holistically. Why are our girls leaving out of school? Why are they becoming, a lot of them are carriers in Accra, in the urban centers? Why are they not continuing? What are the issues? So it's very important that we implement those ones to make sure that we get a lot of women there. To conclude, take home message, if you haven't heard anything about what I've said today, we are saying that let's continue showcasing successful women. I'm happy to see my Queen Mothers, how they have been showcased today, and see the role that they are playing. Let's showcase them. Let them tell you their stories, like my story. Like it wasn't rosy and beautiful for me to become a professor overnight. So when we tell them that, they are challenged. That's one thing I also do. Let's catch them young. Let's catch them young. Let's go. It came very late. That's why we have brought the girls from one of the senior high schools to come and listen. Because as I said, just 15 years of my life and my daddy have changed my life. So to become somebody, it starts at very youthful age. Ours now, they are thinking, no, we can do courses. I don't want to rule us out that we have already grown. But let's go and start talking to the young ones. Let's equip the girls. They are well able, they are capable of becoming anything. And we are achieving the SDG 5. Yeah, let's continue more of this, more of interaction. During the snack break, let's interact, let's collect our cards, let's continue the conversation. Let's have a lot of researchers in the area. The one from UW, very beautiful. We have a lot of presentations that are coming out to know what is happening, to bring out the issues. Let the conversation continue in the area. So I applaud, I believe, Ghana again for this conference. Yeah, milk factor is very key. This is a Nigeria example. These are the technical investment polytechnic. The rectors and the VCs, they really support the women. For conferences, whatever place they go, they actually put some money there for them. So they are so much exposed. And I told you my story of my father being, a lot of males have played a great role in my life. Without them, I'll not be here. So let's give a round of applause to all the males here. I really appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you. You need to encourage a woman. You need to encourage your sister. You need to encourage your mother or a co-worker, a female in your office going through a lot. Tell her you can do it. You can further your education again. You can become the boss. Those are the things we want you to do for us. And when the males say, we are very, very happy and challenged. So thank you for that. So the males, you are doing a great job. This is very important. Everywhere that I go to, they ask me that, Madam, but you women, you are your worst enemies. What are you telling us? So women, I don't know, but stop being your worst enemies. Let's support ourselves, okay? Let's stop being our worst enemies. Let's encourage rather than bite. Let us support rather than tear apart. Let us be our best allies. Very, very important. When I just saw the conference, I just saw it in the media like any of you, and I got in touch. I said, no, whatever, I'm ready. Advice, consultation, let's make this work. Because this is a good cause. So let's support ourselves and stop them fighting and all the things that pull them down and all that we are doing. And I want to encourage the agendas and policy making that we say we want to set up exam STEM institutions. Please, let's reserve one or two just for females. Okay? It's happening in America when they want to raise up African ladies, black ladies. They set up universities just for the females. And they'll be able to raise a lot of females. And what happens is they bring a lot of notable, reputable females, those in high position, the vice president and other, the first ladies, to go and have interaction with them. And these ladies have come out to occupy all sorts of positions. So can we just establish them a TPS institution just for females and work hard and bring all those females on board? So finally, to the women who don't feel like warriors today, I'm here to remind you that you are one. Whatever you are doing, do it very well. We can get to the higher level. Those of us singing, let's sing very well. Let's get something to do economically, and let's close that weight we have in. It's 169. We refuse that one in Jesus' name. Then I've got this one too, very important. Women and girls are involved. When they are involved, we can have greater peace. It is very true. I have this one too. No country can ever truly flourish. No country, no community, no organization, if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contribution of half of its citizens. Then there is no tool for development, just from our own papa, effective than women empowerment. Thank you all for listening to me, and I believe Global for this opportunity and this great conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Smile Gavajisi. Round of applause for Prof. That was a very powerful presentation. I think, upon hindsight, I now agree with the decision makers who decided that we take one or two presentations in the morning. Round of applause for all of us. So Harold and Catherine set the stage, the ball rolling, and it's good we are where we are. Let me quickly acknowledge a few guests. I missed some of them have already spoken, so probably wherever they are seated, they'll just wave at us and then we cheer them on. So we have Dr. Emmanuel Ayifa, Deputy Country Director, St. Ghana. If you're here, let's see you. Okay, doctor. We have Madam Richlove A. Bechi, Nima Bechi. She spoke, represented the Gender Minister. Round of applause for her as well. We have Madam Lucy Akosia Kwanchi. Okay. Round of applause for her. Madam Esther Dako Mensa. Round of applause for her. Professor Maurice Apre is here. He spoke earlier. Round of applause for Prof. We have M. Karen Apre as well. We have Victoria Nyavon. If you're here, round of applause for. Okay. We have Leila Brown. Leila Brown. Leila, okay. Of course, there's a middle name, I know. It's deliberate to skip it. So there's Boachi Ruth Elinam. Boachi Ruth Elinam, okay. I'll skip this, and then Sergio Bondale, over here. Sergio, thank you. Of course, was the good prof who just addressed us. Round of applause for all of us. So we'll take the next presentation, keynote, addressed by renowned gender expert, Dr. Sabina Mensah Anoche. Round of applause for Doc. I like it when people come without any form of book or anything. They will speak extemporary and then leave within 5 minutes. Okay, so she has a presentation. So just sip some water and then enjoy her.
Thank you. When I was invited, I was thinking, most of the time we talk of gender inequality without understanding gender itself. So over the years, I've just compiled a small list to help us understand gender and then do the work and achieve gender equality. Thank you. I'm in trouble. So I'm just talking on basic gender concepts. In energy efficiency, women's socio-economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and achieving the sustainable development fight. I'm Sabina Anoche, the Chief Executive Officer of Anomina Ventures based in Tema. Anomina is a social enterprise producing LPG gas stoves for institutions, for women entrepreneurs, and especially for street food vendors. My email is down there, and the website, my number. By the end of our meeting today, we should be able to understand, classify, and identify some concepts in gender. And then we should be able to explain. I will just show you a page of a gender framework, gender analytical tool, to explain the framework for gender analytic tools to fellow professionals and to justify its use in project planning. Our objective here is to identify gender gaps in energy poverty policies and provision of platform for knowledge sharing, identify linkages between gender and energy and sustainable development, to identify tools, techniques for incorporating gender in energy policy, examine monitoring arrangements, foster collaboration and network working among stakeholder programs that have incorporated gender perspectives. So what I will do is the 10 that I've put together, I will just move along and explain. One, what is gender? If somebody asks you what is gender, if you pin me to the wall, I would say gender is men should bring their best qualities, women should bring their best qualities, and together we benefit society. So if we put our efforts together and society benefits, that's what I see as gender. So gender is seen as a system of socially defined roles, privileges, attributes, and relationships between men and women, which are not determined by biology, but by social, cultural, political, and economic expectations. I'm talking about gender. When in development, we are not saying when men wear trousers, women should wear trousers. That's not the kind of gender we are talking about. We are talking about doing something to improve ourselves. And gender mainstreaming, we often hear gender mainstreaming. What is gender mainstreaming? It's organizing, improving, development, and evaluating policy-making process so as to incorporate gender perspective in all policies at all levels and at all stages. It is both political and technical. If you talk about gender and you don't develop the policies, you will not achieve what you want to achieve. And if you accept gender as a system, then it must have rules. So what are the gender rules? The gender roles are, they are productive, reproductive, community management, and community politics. And we are saying that when we say it's, the role is productive, this is work undertaken by men and women in exchange for cash, kind, or pay. And then when we say it is reproductive, this is childbearing and rearing, all the tasks taken to reproduce human capital. That's when the reproductive aspect comes in. Then we talk about community management, and it involves activities undertaken by men and women to take care of consumption, and building schools, building hospitals, and whatever. So if you community, national, regional, and international levels. And men and then we societies, especially where there has been war, you find some households being headed by children, so we don't leave them out. And then we have gender. When we talk about gender sensitivity, we are talking about taking into account the impact of policies, projects, programs on men, women, boys, and girls, and trying to mitigate the negative consequences thereof. When we say gender bias, when social and cultural beliefs favor specifically men, women, boys, and girls, for example, if we say gender bias projects, we design it to bring benefits specifically to a certain group. If you go into the tie and dye industry, you find more ladies there than men. If you go to the engineering sector, you find more men than women. So it exists, and we must understand this. Then we talk of feminization of poverty. What we are saying is that poverty has a woman's face, that the total global population of the poor, majority of these are women, and we find it in our communities as well. Then we talk of engendering. This involves making the process or activity gender sensitive or gender responsive by incorporating gender needs and interests, and or eliminating gender discriminatory policies, strategies, and practices. So what I've done is that I've summed up the rules. So this is the system. And it shows the linkage between gender, energy. I keep on adding energy because whatever we are doing, there's some form of energy involved. If you are giving birth to the childbearing, you expand some energy, isn't it? So everything that we are doing, so I always link gender, energy, and then the others. So The one I just explained. If you say gender role is productive, the work undertaken by men, women, boys, and girls in exchange for cash or in kind. Then the reproductive, childbearing and rearing, all tasks taken to reproduce human capital. Then we say community management, activities undertaken by men, women, boys, and girls to take care of consumption, for example, building of schools and hospitals. Then the politics, constituency-based political activities undertaken by men and women at the community, national, regional, and international levels. So, in a way, this is our definition of gender. Okay. When we talk of gender mainstreaming, what are we talking about? Gender mainstream specifies what has to be integrated in the mainstream, that is gender equality perspectives, and therefore the goal that has to be achieved. In society, some things are better done by men, some things are better done by women. So we have to recognize this. Let the one who is good at it do it, and even go to the extent of training others. This is all that we are talking about. Definition mentions the functional, structural implications, gender mainstreaming, that is the reorganization, improvement, development, and evaluation of policy processes. There is the need to evaluate and then review policy process to ensure that we have gender equality. So don't forget this one. Then why are we having gender mainstreaming? It makes men, women, boys, and girls benefit equally from the development process by highlighting the impacts of public policy on the real situation of men, women, boys, and girls. And it can be equated to true democracy in development processes, that is ensuring inclusiveness. Then mainstreaming gender without changing procedures and approaches in policy-making organization culture could be compared to putting new wine into old wine skin. Thus, adopting narrow concept of mainstreaming to only focus on women, men, boys, or girls, and this must be avoided. When we talk of mainstreaming, we have to change structures. That's why there's the need to always put a small budget somewhere to take care of gender mainstreaming, because you have to change things. Oh my God. This is the gender analytic tool I was talking about. If, for instance, you are going to have a project, your first task will be to identify stakeholders. Who are those involved in carrying out that particular project? And then, in identification of the stakeholders, if it is an integrated development project, that means there are lots of projects within one. And if it is just energy technology project, for instance, me bringing a stove to a village, encouraging them to use gas, it's just energy technology. But if I'm going to put up a hospital, it becomes integrated, because that hospital must have a cooking portion, a medical portion, different sectors. So one, you have to look at the project and identify whether it is this or that. What kind of project are you involved in? That's how we are bringing in the gender issues. Because in your identification of stakeholders and all, you identify men, women, boys, or girls who are good at such, and then you move along with them. Then after you've done that, you come to B, which is the problem analysis. What am I trying to achieve by putting this project there? Because if you don't analyze and you just go and dump the project there, you will start. But when you go and come back, you realize that nothing has been achieved. So have this at the back of your mind. And then you come to identifying assumptions and external factors. Before you implement the project, sit down and think, this that I'm going to do, what are the obstacles I'm likely to face? You start thinking. Or you enter a community. Who is the most influential person in the community? Who can I work with? If he is good, you move along. If not, you train the person. So these are issues, especially our community leaders. This tool is very, very important for you. It helps you to put things together before you start. And then you come to summing up. You sum up. I'm starting the project maybe tomorrow. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm working with this and that. And I want to achieve this. If I'm not in, who will take up after me? You have to train people. So it's very, very, very important. So this is a simple tool, but if you sit down quietly, you get a lot of pages coming out of this. I use a chop bar. If you enter a simple chop bar in Ghana, your gender goals. You have productivity, you have welfare, health, safety. You can even add more if you look at this. Then the energy form. Maybe the person is using traditional cooking methods. So now you come in with improved stove or whatever to make sure she moves from one level to the other. Then what are the practical needs? The person might need improved health through the use of the improved stove. And when he uses the improved stove, there's improved environment because there wouldn't be much smoke to be inhaled. Sometimes you find babies at the back of mothers, especially the street food vendors, preparing the palm oil, palm kernel oil. Look at the environment they work in. If you've traveled through Ghana, I'm sure you've seen this. The baby is at the back inhaling smoke. The mother herself, her eyes are red, but he doesn't know that it's coming from the work that she's doing. So these are some of the needs that you need. Then the productive needs, that we have more time, because we are using improved stove, we get more time to do other things, to join society. And then lower cost of fuel. If you study carefully, if you use LPG over, let's say, 3 months period, and you use firewood, and you are paying for it, not the free one, you realize that you spend less using the LPG than using the firewood. So in a way, there's some savings there. Then the strategic interest. If you encourage you to use LPG and you are not using firewood, it means you are not going to cut wood to burn. And therefore, indirectly, you address the issue of forest depletion. Okay? And then you make the business safer and more attractive for both men and women. I'll just give you an example. A woman, cocoa, what do we call it? The Hausa cocoa. You've seen that cocoa with the spices. The woman used to prepare the cocoa or porridge using firewood. So she gets up around 3 a.m. and she's working alone. She has to come outside because of the smoke and all that. So improved stove was introduced. Now she can get up 5 a.m. work inside because there's no smoke. So he finds a kitchen space, he puts her stove. So when she wakes up, she's cooking inside. So security issue also come in. And when that was done, the husband and children started helping the woman. When she gets up, they also get up and help. Unlike the previous one when she went outside to cook. So in a way, we try and from the gender analytic tools, we put up some of this. What are the sources of the ingredients? The fuel wood. So you can list this, the analytic tools for different projects. This is just a chop bar. If you are doing different projects, you can use it and it will help you to analyze things well. Then in Ghana, you're saying that governments, you know, when you are doing gender equality, whatever gender, you are not alone. Things have been done before. And it's come a long way. So governments committed themselves to the advancement of women since 1985 and to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. I think you've heard about CEDAW and all this. Then the UN Conference on Environment in 1992. The Beijing Platform for Action in 1995. I can go on and cite so many examples. and the Millennium Development Goals in 2000. And recently there was one in Kenya this year. So a lot has been done. And Ghana is a signatory to international protocols and conventions on energy and gender. So Ghana over the years has also come out with protocols. Between 2001 and 2003, three international conferences, that's the 9th session of the UN Commission on Sustainable Development, the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Joburg, and the Beijing Platform for Action, targeted harnessing support for international endeavors to promote equal access and opportunities for girls and women in relation to energy. And this has been done, and it's still going, and we thank God now there's progress. Then we had the Ghana Shared Growth and Development Agenda. These were used to review costing framework for the financing of programs and projects under the GPRR. You heard about the Ghana Poverty Reduction Programs. So GPRS2, the bulk of the energy consumed in 2005 was in the household sector. Then most rural dwellers, if you go today, there's improvement, but still, most rural dwellers spend their time and physical strain to supply fuel for their households, often at the expense of education, good health, and opportunity to engage in more productive income-generating activities. So if the girl is going to school and she has to go and fetch firewood to come and boil water before she baths, a lot of time is wasted, and sometimes they end up even not going to school. I'm lost again. Somebody help me. So every launch a flagship. Every is the economic. And this one. So we have a center of renewable energy and energy efficiency in West Africa, and they launched a flagship called EcoGen. So it's an ECOWAS program on gender mainstreaming in energy access in 2013 against the backdrop that women's potential as producers, suppliers, and users of energy services is underutilized. So they too, they have a center looking at gender and then gender equality, and to make sure that we move up the energy ladder a bit. So since the 1980s, many activities have taken place within our energy sector in the form of reforms, which were part of the SAP. And then in 2001, we developed the GPRS1, the Growth and Poverty Reduction. So Ghana has come a long way, and I'm glad we are still moving on, though there's more to be done. So we have to. And when we look at all these that we've seen, we want to make recommendations that some investment funding must be. You can't do gender without funding. So some investment funding must be allocated to non-conventional energy services used by the majority of rural women, and through STEM, girls trained in their operation and use. The last speaker mentioned this, and I'm supporting her. There must be adequate stakeholder consultation, both in program and policy development. I'll just give you an example. If the Ministry of Energy sits at the ministry and come out with policies, let's say on wood cutting, and they stay there and it's among the urban, and they don't move down to the women who are fetching the firewood, will it work? So there's the need for us to consult, so that when the policy is put into place, everybody must be involved for its achievement. And there must be adequate human resources and gender experts as well as budgetary allocation for gender mainstreaming, because gender mainstreaming is resource intensive and linked directly with our education. So whenever you talk about gender or gender mainstreaming or gender inequality or gender equality, make sure that you have some amount of money or funding put aside for that group. Otherwise, you hit the wall. A lot has been achieved in different countries. I was trying to different countries, but I won't go to different. And then we identified gaps in the energy sector. That the Ghana, we did a gender audit in 2010, gender audit of the energy sector of Ghana. I was involved. And what we realized was the gender audit in 2010 showed that some of the major challenges to gender mainstreaming were lack of gender disaggregated data. If you went to some institutions and you want to know how many men, how many women, what is happening, it's not there. So you must try, no matter how small, to put things together. There's inadequate stakeholder consultation in program and policy development. I think I've mentioned that already. There's lack of human resources and gender experts. And then we need people who understand gender. So let's start. The men at the offices, they are the same fathers and husbands who go do something. So if we go to the offices and educate them, they will also go home or wherever they are doing. And men sometimes even do gender sensitization more than we do. If you get the men who understand gender, it's interesting. So let us all. So this is a woman beneficiary using some of our tools. Instead of this is a school, and they used to use firewood. You go and the smoke is and go the whole area, and there are children in the classroom there. So we went in, they used this, and the smoke was completely dead. So this is one of the. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Safine Anochi Mensah. Round of applause for Doc again. So that was another powerful presentation. All right, so I want us to undertake a brief exercise. How many of us are impressed by our setup? If you're impressed, you like the setup. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you like the setup? I want to see your hands up, please. You like the lights? Okay. And you like the hall? You're okay with the AC and all that? Oh, everything is perfect. Now you're sounding like God. Okay. I want us to do a brief exercise. We want to support, I believe, Global Foundation. When I walked in, I was amazed. And obviously, it takes money to put this together. Conferences of this nature, usually we are charged. We are asked to pay token to register, to do something, and all that. We didn't do any of those, but we are sitting here beautifully dressed and all that. That's awesome. But then, because we do not want this to be a one-day wonder, and so we want to sow some form of seed into the foundation so that, and there are very little or no sponsors. Of course, we acknowledge X Mineral Water for providing us water to refresh our guests. But apart from X, I'm not too much aware of any other sponsor. And so that's water. And so we want all of us to please dip into our pockets. Let's bring currency notes ranging from 1,000 to 50 Ghana cedis. And then when I mention the currency, just raise your hands and dip in our collection book. And then we go. So we'll take 1 cedi. anything from your heart. I'm not sure you saw Kelvin Taylor's video going around about donation, where the guy wanted to donate 10 cities beautifully, then finally asked, so what are you going to use the money for? And his response, I don't want to repeat here. But of course, we will not implement his response. We want to use whatever seed we are sowing to support, I believe, Global Foundation. And so do I have the protocol team here? Protocol, are we here? Do we have the offertory boards, or those ones are not poor, they are like, basket. I like basket. It's a high-tech something, or they send on for. Do we have them here? They're bringing them. Okay. All right, so Royal Hill probably want to give us some music. We'll coordinate it. So as we are singing, I'll be speaking as well. So please just keep your hands into your purse and wallets and bags and pockets and envelopes. And if you want to pledge, pick a sheet of paper, write your name, the amount, and your phone number on it. And we will call you. I will call you. You know, where I come from, they say when you promise somebody, it's like you're owing the person. So you are not pledging to escape, you are pledging to redeem. So we'll call you to redeem your pledge. But if you can't afford to be bothered by our calls and all that, then just whatever you have, 50 cities, 1,000 Ghana cedis, about 10,000 cities, if you want to give us, we'll take it. Something from your heart to support the work of, I believe, Global Foundation. Thank you very much. And we have the music at the background whilst we take our offertory boards around to take the offering. We'll also speak some things into your life, so don't worry. Yes, Ron. So those of you who want to Momo it, you can also use Oba Money number on the screen. Those who want to write a check for us, we also have some account details here. UMB Bank account details that you can use. If you can't see the number well, I can help you. We have 053 0828 560. Emmanuel Adom, 053 082 8560.
Anything little is appreciated. Just a token seed is appreciated. We are well prepared, but the token just to secure the right. If you're impressed by what you came to see here, the token should be fine. Right, so while we keep enjoying the music, we will have to capture this moment. Let's try to evangelize the movement, and so we take group photographs. I want to invite those at the front row. Please come. Let's have those at the front row. Let's have those at the front row. We're taking a photograph here. And then we can have a few mothers join. Let's have a few mothers here. Please come here. Give him your adoration. I give him all your praise. I give him all the glory. For the Lord our body praise. Praise him. Praise him. Let's have the rest of us also join. Let's have the rest of us join with a group photograph. Let's have the rest of us join. So just climb, come on to the stage. So we can have Madam Chanty join somewhere there. Let's have the ministers break also 20. Okay, the rest of us please climb up. Okay. All conference participants, please join us. Just come to the top. And then send to the case speakers and the Queen Mothers and the founder of, I believe, Global. Yes, so the rest of us can please have our seats. Let's have the speakers. So let's have the speakers, those who have presented, and those who are yet to present. Let's join them. Please come closer. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Yes, yeah. It's time for a coffee break. So we're taking 20 minutes for coffee break. I think we'll go to the floor and then we'll be ready for the next set of presentations. Can we please have the participants in who are the ushers? Please come, please, the ushers. Come, can I have you here? The ushers, please come closer. All right, so we have our ushers here, the protocol team will direct you to the foyer where we're having a coffee break, 20 minutes coffee break, and then we'll convene here for the next presentation, sets of presentations. Thank you very much. To look out for them in the black and pink shirts. So show you the direction to the foyer. We have a coffee break there, 20 minutes, and then we'll convene here for the next set of presentations.
Ya kawo ɗin ne? Farko. Na bashi. Uku.
I think our time is up for the next session. So please let's come closer. My apologies for the delay in the arrival of the snacks. I'm told the caterer is not ready yet. And so once the snack is in, we'll ensure that you all have it. So please let's come closer so that we can begin the next session quickly. Can the protocol team help ask participants to come back so that we start the next session? Protocol, please ensure that we have all participants back, those outside.
Away from heartbreak. Got nothing in return for my pain. I never thought I'd be so empty, so alone and afraid. Wasn't looking for a lover. Nobody understood where I've been. Yes, I thought I needed more time to protect myself from potential offense. So what's your friend? Everybody in the front end of my fragile heart started to bend. Yeah. I'll be a joy. Dig deep and cut through the door. So
So if you are interested in any of Madam Gifty Auntie's books, When Strong Women Cry, and any of Broken But Beautiful, The Black Chalewote, 15 Nuggets, Room 5005, The Best of You, A Bit of Me, any of her books, there's Black Friday sale. And so you can catch any of her books on Amazon, on Barnes and Nobles, Apple Books, Kobo Books, Smashwords, Scrib, etc. A Bit of Me is, it was 40 CDs, is now selling for 30 Ghana cedis. The Best of You was 12 CDs, is now selling for 8 Ghana cedis. 15 Nuggets was 60, selling at 45. Room 5005 was 60, also now selling at 45. Broken But Beautiful was 60, now selling at 45 Ghana cedis. When Strong Women Cry was 100 cedis, now selling at 70 cedis. So those are books authored by Madam Gifty Auntie. And so if you are interested in any of those books or you've been looking for them to buy, this is the time to grab a copy or two, and also grab a copy for a friend as well. We want to start the next session. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, shall we please welcome Ohunri Madame Gifty Auntie to give us a brief remark. Round of applause for her, please. The celebrated broadcaster, journalist, and a renowned gender advocate as well. You are not happy she's here. Thank you.
Well, I guess everybody is tired, so am I. But I've been asked to come here, so I'm here to talk. MC, sometimes people who moderate confuse us. I was told that I'm going to give a keynote address. Now you say brief remarks, which am I doing? Brief remarks?
No, go on with the original arrangement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So our broad theme as, can I have it? Yeah, building bridges, charting the course for gender equality, achieving SDG 5 in developing economies. And I believe that Ghana falls within developing economy when it comes to a broader scheme of things. SDG 5 for Ghana is all about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls in this country. I'd like to share with you my journey so far in this field. I was raised by a single father who I believe is the first feminist I knew. A man who did not discriminate. Whatever you want to do, you will do, and he will support you to do it. Then I went to a girls' school, known as Infantsman Girls Secondary School. They call us man's side because we do everything. We do not know this is how girls should behave. This is how boys should behave. So remember in the 80s, we even staged a coup in school, the first of its kind during the coup period in Ghana. Then I came to GIJ. I became the Women's Commissioner for SRC and then the Women's Commissioner for NUCS, National Union of Ghana Students. In 1995, they went to Beijing, came back, and held a conference at the banquet hall of Ghana. It's at the Parliament House. And our then First Lady, Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, was the rallying point. She was the one who led the team, actually fought to ensure that a group of Ghanaian women went to Beijing to participate. They came, they debriefed, but as a child, then a young lady that I was, a very inquisitive, a thinker, an inquirer, very adventurous, very daring and bold. I walked straight up to her after the event and told her that, Madam, I think you are talking over our heads. The young ladies here, we don't really get it. You are talking to the group of women who are already in this field. And so we are lost. She looked at me and said, and so what are you going to do about it? First thing that came to my mind was, ooh, that was harsh. But thank God for wisdom. Again, I said, but that's also a challenge. What am I going to do about this? So I went back to school, GIG, and started the first ever 10 Ladies Club on campus. We set it up. We empowered the girls. And since then, I haven't stopped. Women empowerment has been part of my life. As a journalist at GBC for 17 years, I always made sure that whatever assignment I covered, whether it was a presidential assignment, whether it was a ministerial or off-the-cuff kind of stories that I did, I always looked out for women and girls. And then in 2006, I went to school, 2004, I went to school to do my master's in London. Then I met a feminist who was my journalism lecturer called Christabel Kane. She was the first female to appear on BBC World, not BBC, BBC World. And so she wanted me to be her teaching assistant after I completed the course. But I told her I wanted to come back to my homeland, Ghana. And she made me promise that I would do something about a lot of Ghanaian women and women across Africa when I get back. I took her word. I came back, I struggled. It wasn't possible. So I decided to create my own platform known as The Standpoint. 15 years on, 15 years of consistency, 15 years of week after week, creating a platform for women and girls to share the experiences. And I'll proudly say that I see Elizabeth here, who was one of those who appeared on it. How many years ago? That was 10 years ago, right? 2015, to come and share her story and talk about her organization. 15 years on, we've given the platform to over 2,500 women and some few men to come on the show. We've aired about 800 programs, but I say this proudly. Along that journey, I've bagged some good awards, about 62 at the last counting, both locally and internationally. But it hasn't been easy. It's been tough. I've been called names. I've been insulted. I've been disgraced. I've been accused of many things. It's affected me professionally. It's affected my family. It's affected, even to some extent, my marriage. But 15 years on of holding my own platform and 28 years of dedicating my life to ensure that every single Ghanaian woman I come across and every single Ghanaian girl I come across understand that she is capable, that she's worthy, that she can do it, that regardless, irrespective of whatever is thrown at her, she can achieve her goals. I still stand here. Achieving this is by all means possible. And I say all this not to claim that I've read. No, there's a lot more. Even today, I had a case and I'm just wondering, what? So what have I been doing all this while? After all these years, we are still getting these cases of sexual abuse, of corporate sexual harassment, of women being told that they cannot go through cesarean operation because it makes them less of a woman. Anyway, I had a cesarean operation and I talk about it proudly. Sometimes you just wonder, but we have a long way to go to ensure this. Women's economic right is still a problem. Women are still afraid to get jobs because young girls are told that you will not get a husband. Interestingly, until recently, before I got married, young women were told not to be like me because they won't get a husband. And when I got married, and not just marry anybody, married a chief, I became a reference point to say, oh, don't worry, at least, we all know it doesn't matter how it takes, you still get married. Even Gifty Auntie got married. Yeah, you never get it right, but that's okay. I thank God I'm a reference point. And then, oh, when I got married, they said I can't have a child. And then when I had a child, they said it's only one. I can't have any more. So yeah, the point is, it never stops. If you think that there will come a point where the attacks will stop. There will come a time when everybody will accept you, that this is who you are, this is what you stand for. Forget it. It is a tough journey. It is a painful one. But you see, if we do not do anything about it, we will perish. And it is possible that even as we stand up and rise to do something about it, we will lose some things along the way. By you weigh your cost. What are you willing to give? It takes sacrifices. It takes calling the bluff of many. It takes resistance. It takes consistency. It takes boldness. I had every reason not to turn up today. And you know, the devil is a very foolish boy. Even as I walked in here, I sat in there, I wanted to drink water before because I knew I was late. So I drank water and it choked me. I was struggling so badly when I sat there. I had two choices. Whether for the people who are taking pictures to think that who does she think she is? She doesn't want to join us. Or I sit down and take good care of my health to make sure that I have the energy to be able to mount here. I chose to sit, to calm myself down, to make sure the water goes down and put the devil to shame. We blame the devil for everybody, so for everything, it's okay. So that I'll be able to come up here. One beautiful thing about I am a proud feminist. I will not give it up for anything. Some call themselves gender advocate, activist. I'm a feminist to the core, in every sense of the word. One of the beautiful things I found out about feminism is that you have the power of choice. Choose what you want to do. Choose how you want to approach it. Choose where you want to do it. The choice is all yours. So as a gender activist, as an empowered woman, you can decide to be a stay-at-home mom, and it is your choice. Not that you've been compelled to do it. Not that you've been made to feel that you don't have any choice. And that if you do it, you know, what they always use against that, you will not get a man to marry. Every time. So today, I just say, I know there are many speakers, and all I want to do is to encourage you that it is possible. Now it's become a political phrase in Ghana, but well, we were saying it long before somebody decided to make it his political slogan. It is possible. Everything is possible. You live in a world where you have everything, especially the young people here, at your disposal. What you use that social media for is up to you. I am on TikTok. I am on Facebook. I have about 4 or 5 accounts on Facebook. I am on Instagram. I'm not on Twitter for very good reasons, because I really don't want to taint my already battered brand. There's too much ongoing there. I'm not on Snapchat because I don't know how to do it. I hear there's Telegram, they are still teaching me how to do it. But use social media as a tool to empower yourself, to build bridges, to connect and reconnect. I made it a point to give my platform 15 years to build bridges, to bring women on, to amplify. There are women doing great things across the country and beyond. that some of us don't know about. But the power of TV and radio is that it amplifies, it exposes them to what they are being done. I had the privilege of interviewing the former first minister of Northern Ireland, Eileen Foster, just, I think a week ago today. Yeah, Friday, a week ago today. And she shared her experience. And I felt more empowered. I've had the privilege of having people from Nigeria, from Kenya, from South Africa, women from Liberia. I see my daughter here coming on the show to share. And what it does is it tells all of us that we have a common enemy. And no, despite the knowledge and the thing about me that I hate men, our common enemy is not the man. Our common enemy is the society. And society is made up of men and women. Unfortunately, we do this. We claim to be empowering women, and sometimes it's the women who are being used to fight against us. Sometimes the women who are being used to sabotage us. But I insist that women are not their own enemies. It is the woman who is not empowered, who do not get it, that what I'm doing against this woman, what I'm doing to sabotage this other woman, I'm doing it to myself. I don't know which country you are coming from, but here in Ghana, let just one woman who is given power, quote unquote, mess up, and it's generalized all women. They don't want to give any woman any position anymore. Oh, and we've had president after president giving example. I remember we had a president who even actually asked that, but where are the women? They are not willing to come up. But when they need the women to go and campaign for them, they find them. When they need the women to go on radio to insult each other they find them. We have so much power. I started as a student leader. So thank God I realized I have that power and I used it to my advantage. There's nothing wrong with that. Every single person, even God forgives us because he wants more people in his kingdom. A friend of mine said that whom you know is not evil, because if you want to go make it to heaven, you need to know Jesus. And if you want to make it to paradise, the Muslims against us, you need to follow the tenets of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon his name. So it's okay to want to know something. It's okay to use whatever platform, opportunity you have to your advantage, but not selfish advantage. Always think about the bigger picture. Think about the next girl. Think about the next generation. Think about the next family. Let us be door openers. Who are we opening the doors for? Rachel decided to come here to open this door for us to have the opportunity to speak alongside speakers from Sweden and other parts of the country, other parts of the world, forgive me. What are you using that door that you're holding on to for? Who are you opening the door for? Do you want to be the only woman, the first woman? Or you want to be the woman who helped, whose shoulders upon which another person stood? You want to be that woman who impacted the life of another woman. You want to be that woman who spoke the name of another woman when she was not there and gave opportunities to. I'm a woman with super crazy faith in God. I'm a Christian. And I always say, remember the Elizabeths. Remember the Naomis who made way and encouragement were there for the Marys, mother of Jesus, and for the Ruths. But the Ruths and the Marys must also remember that there were Elizabeth who opened the doors for them. And there were Naomi's. Unfortunately, we live in a generation where people feel entitled. They feel they know more than the older generation. And those who are against our cause are using it against us. So we are told, oh, the older feminists were nicer, they were calmer, and the new generation of feminists are rude, they are this and they are that. And it creates sometimes enmity between the two generations. So let us build bridges, know and understand, interact, speak our truth. The older generation speak our truths, to let the younger generation understand that we are chasing the same thing. SDG 5 hasn't changed since when? The core principles of Beijing, 1995, hasn't changed. So my generation of 1995, of feminists and empowered women, to this generation, we are fighting for a common cause. Whatever your agenda is, it's for women and girls to be empowered, to know our worth, to understand that a charge to keep we have. They say the hand that rocks the cradle. We are the hands that rock the cradle. But just imagine a hand that is rocking a cradle that is ignorant. That hand doesn't even know which way to rock the cradle. That hand doesn't even know how to feed the baby. That hand doesn't even understand what is harmful for the baby and what is not. What would we be achieving? So whichever angle you use, empowerment of women, it's a must. Whether the market woman, the cleaner at the office, the CEO, the lawyer, the doctor, it is imperative to do that. I see some Muslims here. Your Quran talks about how important. It says what? Heaven lies at the feet of mothers. Am I lying? And the Quran says, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon his name, even in those days, anytime his daughter, Nana Fatima, enters a room, he will rise as a form of respect for his daughter. When you come to tradition, we talk about Nana Yasantua in Ghana, who fired a gun years ago when the men were nowhere to be found. And every country across Africa has a history of a woman who rose up at a point in time. Let me tell you this story and I'll sit down. One of the things that my uncle was worried about, because I'm a feminist and I was going to marry a chief, Ahima for Monkwaso. And he knows the mouth that I have and the things that I can say. So he was very worried. He asked my husband several times, are you sure you can marry? Said, oh, this, that. Okay, fine. I got married and then I was told that the women, when a chief is coming to town, the women go ahead of them because women are used as weapons. They are lesser. Which one is this one? But not a lesser human being. I mean, I'm not going to. But once again, I have a traditional God. Find the chief. She ruled and she managed and kept the whole traditional area together. So I asked her and she said to me, traditionally, in the olden days, no, that is why when people say that tradition is the one that enforces abuse, especially domestic abuse of women, I always rise up. It's not because I'm a member of the traditional, sect, as they call it these days. But she explained to me in those days, no man, no warrior his worth would dare touch a woman or a child. Never. If you're a warrior those days and you kill a woman, you touch a woman, you are weakling and you'll be killed. So strategically, the chiefs, when they are going to town, will let the women lead. And traditionally, women give birth to kings. So they are referred to as the mother of kings. In account, we say Owoahene, those who give birth to kings. So what they do is these women will go ahead of them. And they protect, you know how women can protect their children. They will protect the chief. So by the time the warriors try to push their way through, the chief had been carried away. That is how important they are. That is how powerful and important the traditional woman is. And then I found my power in there again as a traditional woman. So nobody will pay. They will say, and as a chief, well, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. Yeah. It's me. I was before I came in here. Not many people. In fact, one of my books, I think my recent book, When Strong Women Cry, I write about marrying a chief, you need a special type of anointing. I'm not loved very much, but it's okay. At least, including those who don't even like me in the traditional circuit, know that it is possible. The trivial part is when I got married and I was given the title Ohene Yere. That's the chief's wife. Before then, it was Nana Yere. The same thing. Oh, people were up in arms. What is it? Who does she think she is? She's taking her feminism in there. Ladies and gentlemen, since then, every single woman married to a chief now, dare to set the pace, dare to break the status quo, dare to change the narrative, dare to make the sacrifices, dare to be a wounded healer, dare to break barriers, dare to stand up in boldness. It won't kill you. I'm not the only one who has survived. Many have survived, and you will also survive. Let it be said one day, there arose a woman from her community, from her family, from her country, who dared to make a difference. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow. Another round of applause for Ohene Yere Gifty Auntie. I was going to say, wow, Ohene Gifty Auntie. Yeah, of course, maybe, her daughter could become, succeed and become a chief or a king. Yeah, in our traditional settings, it happens. Yes. When there's no male, women take over until it falls on another male again. Thank you very much, madam. That was very powerful, very emotional, very informative, and very educative as well. Thank you. We are grateful for your time. Another round of applause for her. Obviously, you can feel it from my voice. So yeah, I'm not faking it. All right, so we'll take one technical presentation, then we'll go back to the academic presentation. And so, well, maybe I also have to identify as a feminist. And so I'll invite another lady to take over from Madame Gifty Auntie, Leila Brown. Leila, round of applause for Leila.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Ghana. Good afternoon, beautiful women of Ghana. Good afternoon, our queen mothers. Good afternoon, my dearest big sister. someone who I look up to, someone who has become a pillar for me in Ghana, Gifty Auntie. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Rachel. Good afternoon, Lady Rachel. It's a pleasure to be in your company. It's a pleasure to be in this historic hall making this presentation today regarding a topic that we all have a responsibility to take up space and help create more awareness so that conversations like these cannot continuously be held at a stage of conversation, but instead we can move to more productive and practical actions. With that being said, my name is Leila M. Fukuyu Brown. I am a gender expert. I'm an activist. I am the founder and executive director of the African Youth and Women Empowerment Initiative. And like my big sister, Gifty Auntie, said, I'm a proud feminist. Rachel, thanks for this opportunity. I know we talked while you were out in Europe, and I know how passionate you've been about this conference. So to be here and give my own support in whatever little way I can is something I don't take lightly. Thank you. So I will be doing a presentation today on chartering the course for gender equity and achieving the SDG 5 goal in developing economics, but with emphasis on women's economic empowerment and entrepreneurship in Ghana and West Africa. A little background story about me. I come from a mother who didn't go to school, but is an entrepreneur. She sold in the market and educated me, a father who was a farmer. And I naturally gravitated towards entrepreneurship because I understood that when it comes to doing business, the only language that everybody understands is money and relationship. It doesn't matter which walks of life you come from. If you have a service to provide, if you have a goods to sell, there is someone to purchase that. So entrepreneurship came naturally to me from a very tender age. Now we are discussing the SDG 5 pillar, and we are looking for ways that women can be empowered to ensure that there's gender parity, to ensure that there's gender equity. You come to the realization that in homes where women don't have economic capacity, you will understand the meaning of women empowerment, where they don't have a voice because they're not contributing to the household financially, they're seen less than or inferior. So it is from that context and backdrop that we must educate our girls, our women, on the importance of being independent and having their own resources. Now, in the context of Africa, the most crucial and urgent aspect of the SDG Pillar 5 is the relentless pursuit of gender equity and the unwavering empowerment of all women and girls. It is an imperative that we address the deep-rooted challenges and barriers that women and girls face on the continent with unwavering determination and passion. Promoting women's rights and eradicating discrimination and violence against women and girls in Africa is not just a matter of justice, it's a matter of urgency. We cannot afford to overlook the immense potential that lies within the female population of Africa. By dismantling the barriers that hinder their access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, we can unleash a powerful force that will drive the economic growth, social progress, and sustained development across the continent. Now, this is some interesting statistics that I've been able to research regarding the disparity between women economic participation in Ghana, in West Africa, in Africa, vis-a-vis the world. These are some alarming statistics whereby It states, according to the World Bank, women's economic participation in West Africa is significantly lower than that of our male counterpart. Only 33% of women participating in the labor force compared to 66%. Their male counterpart, that is. The gender gap in labor force participation represents a significant untapped potential to economic growth and development. Furthermore, the International Finance Corporation estimates that women-owned businesses in Ghana, where this conference has been held, it was important to put it in context. In Ghana and West Africa, there's a $42 billion gap between women and their male counterparts, which is limiting the ability of women to access basic resources to establish their businesses or to enhance or grow their businesses. It is no secret that when it comes to entrepreneurs, women doing businesses, there are lots of women that have innovative ideas. There are lots of women that are hustling on their own, that are trying to make a difference, that is going above and beyond to take up space. But then the challenges that they're faced with is the lack of support. You will hear women say, if I just had that one person to give me that extra opportunity, I would pivot to the next level. I will aspire to my full potential. So it's now time that we start to see and understand that women's ability to lead is multifaceted. Women's ability to lead is one that cannot be underestimated. Women's ability to lead is an inherent ability that is given from God to us. There's a certain level of intentionality that we lead with that society must understand and trust us when it comes to decision making. And that is including growing our businesses. So entrepreneurs out there that are looking for opportunities, this is the time to start to look at those women entrepreneurs and see how we can all invest into them. Because of time, I will not go through the slides individually, but I'll give the background and context. Is that okay? Thank you. Now, I told you that I come from a background of entrepreneurs. I know that's the back of a person here, but would you believe it if I told you that I am the one in that picture, selling in my store in Liberia some 13 years ago? I don't stand here just as someone talking technicalities. I stand here as an entrepreneur myself who started selling after the Liberian Civil War from the trunk of a taxi cab, getting on buses, leaving from Liberia, going through Cote d'Ivoire, coming through to Ghana, going through Aflao, going to Togo, and buying basic materials and taking it back to Liberia to sell. That eventually then transitioned to me. In fact, I was doing my bachelor's degree in business administration. So when I learned something about SWOT analysis, I said, okay, let's see, what is SWOT analysis? What is my strength? What are my weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? Then I said, find all of those, and then I build on it. When I hear you have to diversify, okay, so I've done this for a level of time now. What do I diversify into? So from selling at the boot of a taxi cab, I ended up diversifying and realizing that my market needed food and household materials. So I left from that point, went on to start a store. I built a store, opened a store, and started selling food stuff. And there I am interacting with some of the customers. Is this picture clearer? Do I need to come closer for you to see if the same person? I promise you the glow up is real. No, but so there I am in my store selling. I started off from, and again, like the Bible says, never despise little beginnings. Don't underestimate. There are so many other entrepreneurs that may not necessarily be standing in store, because stores have now been moved to the internet. They have now been moved to the World Wide Web. There are many young women out there that have such potential, but they are not given the opportunity. I stand here as a clear example of what is possible when a female entrepreneur is given the opportunity. When we talk about opportunity, it's beyond individuals, it's beyond us doing what we can. It also includes having fundamental regulatory and legal support to ensure that women are empowered the way they need to, because there are some things that goes beyond our individual efforts. For example, I had met President Paul Kagame in Washington, D.C. a year ago, actually. And I was asking, what did he do differently that created so much empowered Rwandan women? You and I know Rwanda is leading when it comes to gender equity, right? Do I have your attention? You and I know that Rwanda is leading when it comes to gender equity, right? From politics to governance to business to whatever sector, Rwanda in Africa has taken the lead. So I wanted to know from him, what did he do differently that we aren't doing? And I think beyond all the laws and everything is the intentionality of the state actors that are in charge. It is ensuring that things are not just written on books, but they're implemented. But what should even be written on the books are things that I think we must look at. Now, strengthening the legal and regulatory frameworks by protecting women's rights and ensuring equal participation in economic activities. Strengthening legal and regulatory, advocating for gender responsive policies, collaborate with government and policymakers to advocate for policies that promote gender equality and support women entrepreneurs. This includes pushing for equal access to resources, like I've just mentioned, eliminating the gender-based discrimination and ensuring fair representation in decision-making process. These are a few recommendations that I have that I think is important and crucial as I wrap up my presentation in order to achieve what we're looking to accomplish. Because we leave from here today, being the first international conference on gender equity. What do we want to see happen differently? What do we want to see accomplished? I don't know if you can read this seem a little farther, but I said establish woman-focused venture capital funds. Create dedicated venture capital funds that will be focused on empowering women. Develop tailored business incubation programs. Design business incubation programs that cater specifically to the needs of women. There are women that are in this very university who, at the end of the day, it comes naturally to them to sell something. And that could be their calling. Everybody may not necessarily want to be an accountant, may not necessarily want to be a nurse. There are some people that just want to sell something. And I know one of the speakers had mentioned that look at Asia. When you look at Asia, it's STEAM and it's entrepreneurship. You go to China, you go to Japan and all these places, you come to the realization that young people are doing something with their hands. They're selling something. At the end of the day, the workforce may not be able to absorb everybody. You have to be intentional and start doing something yourself. We have to establish women entrepreneurship centers and support them through incubation. If you see women that you know that has the potential, has the ability, has ideas that are workable and doable and profitable, I say, let's bring them together. Let's empower them through mentorship. Let's empower them by exposing them to other bigger business owners to show them the way. And as part of my responsibility, that's what I'm doing here today. There are a few other recommendations, but because of time, I wouldn't want to go into them individually. But let me say this. Africa has one of the youngest population in the world. Of this population, women are one of the highest numbers. The potential that we have is limitless. It's time that we wake up to the reality that it would take young women, it would take African women to be the change that we want to see on our continent. It would take the courage of our society, like my big sister Gifty Auntie said, not just the men, but our society collectively, to understand that when you stand up and take up space as a woman and try to achieve something, that support must be given to you, because at the end of the day, you have it within you. And that includes entrepreneurship. So let us come to that realization now in order to work together to support women entrepreneurs. That's how I got here. Someone saw me, someone trusted my ability, and they started to open doors and windows of opportunities. And I excelled from one point to the other, to the other, to the other, and eventually went into different directions. And who told you being an entrepreneur, you also cannot become a medical doctor? Who told you being an entrepreneur, you also cannot become a lawyer? Who told you being an entrepreneur, you also cannot become whatever profession you may want to be in? By the end of the day, realize that selling a service, selling something, and bringing in income is one of the surest ways to ensure that you have your independence.
Yeah, so look for trouble for myself now.
So, in conclusion, creating platforms for visibility and recognition, establishing platforms that showcase and celebrate the achievement of women entrepreneurs in Africa. This can include awards, media features, and online directories, which will not only empower women entrepreneurs, but also inspire others to pursue entrepreneurship. Engage with government and policymakers, collaborate with government officials and policymakers to advocate for policies that support women entrepreneurs. This can involve participating in policy discussions, providing input in legislations, and ensuring that the unique needs and challenges of women entrepreneurs are considered in decision-making process. How I was able to do a part of this coming from the Republic of Liberia was to work with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at the time. I was the Secretary General of the Liberian Business Association, to ensure that there were laws instituted to provide 30% of all national procurement contracts to women. That was something that I work on along with some of my colleagues. And today, those laws are on the book. You have the 25% procurement law that is specifically catered to women, whether it is caterers, whether it is stationaries, whatever it is that they're providing. And today I can tell you for a fact, that's something that I'm proud of that we're able to do in Liberia. I don't know what the details are concerning Ghana-owned policies when it comes to entrepreneurs, and I don't know what other African countries are doing, but what I know for certain is that we must do more. Whatever it is that has been done is not enough. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, so like you were saying, the stationary and yeah. I don't know why they cannot budget it. So one other way you can do it is to treat everything as
Another round of applause for Leila. Thank you very much. So we've had presentations from different diverse perspectives. So there was energy, there was entrepreneurship, and then there was what Prof gave us and all that. So diverse with gender, a touch of gender in all of them. So another round of applause for all of us. I think we're doing well. So these are the books authored by Gifty Auntie. And so if you want them, we have a table at the foyer. You can go pick a copy. Today is Black Friday, so they have reduced prices for you to pick. Thank you. The next presentation is by Dr. Kamara, the CEO of Send West Africa. A round of applause for Doc.
Can be the other way around. No, I mean, you could reduce, like me, I like.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I always like to tell people I don't have a PhD. What I have is an MPhil, which I'm very proud of. To get a PhD, you work very hard. I haven't worked that hard. So let's get that correction correct. Anyway, I'm very happy to be standing here for one very good reason. The presentation I'm about to give is a shared presentation of myself and my daughter. Without her support, not just the beauty that you see in the slides, but the intellectual power that she gave me. So I'm happy that Beauty is here. I call her Beauty.
She has all
She's the
science.
Beauty.
She's also
Show your hand,
patient
please.
learning.
So people can see what happens when fathers and daughters
Yes, can
work
we
together.
schedule our blood sugar testing sometime? I have the tools. Rashid, yesterday when I
The
checked, it was
story
7 point something.
that I'm about to tell or to share with you, she was very small. But now I'm happy that she can help me to interpret that experience. I'm going to be sharing with you a work that began in Salaga, in northern Ghana, almost in the year 2002. The Gender Model Family Benefits, Impact, and Lessons Learned.
You can't even sit at the
But let me
reception
thank
area.
Rachel for inviting us.
It's emergency
I
light.
believe Global Foundation, we really want to appreciate that you gave us the opportunity to share the work that we've done and to listen to the very powerful speeches, very
You don't even try
educational
that,
speeches
Rufai. How is
that
it
we
going
heard
on?
today.
You are still 80%. I'm seeing it's 80%.
My battery is not strong enough. The last 3
My
hours.
presentation on the gender model family is divided into 6 parts: introduction, and I will take you through the operational steps. I'm sure there are people here who I hope will be inspired to want to become a gender model family after this discussion. So I will give you the steps. But what are the challenges, lessons we've learned, the benefits, and share with you some impact story. Okay. Why the gender model family? I always like to tell this story, and sometimes when I say it, I get 2 types of reactions.
Maybe it's the abscess.
Some people think that
That's why we
I'm
didn't
too
hear anything
mean.
here.
Others think that I was right. So I will take a vote afterwards, and let me see who, or after hearing this story, will say I was too mean or I was right. The gender model family is really out of an experience. And I always like to emphasize it to those who are in development. Your
That's what we
ability
do,
to
it's on our
process what you encounter every day can help you make impactful models. And the gender model family is one of them. You know, those of us who are here who are living, I'm from Liberia by way of my sister, but I gave us in 1988. Those of us who know about the ethnic conflicts in the North in the early 90s.
We'll orient
I
them
gave,
first.
after that war in 2000, I think 1998, I gave loans to communities around Salaga.
I have the videos. I'll show you.
2 or 3 years later, the repayment was less than 20%. But they all signed contracts that we were going to pay the money back.
He did well with the soup.
So I told my staff, no, they signed contract, they have to pay that money back.
But you would nearly break somebody's
They
fingers.
thought I
there
was
when the way
joking.
you were planning
They weren't paying the money back.
how to.
So I took them to court.
Yes.
You have been correct, more than 300 women. These were
No,
all
we've had a
just
lot
coming
of,
from the war. And then they said, but you said you came to help
was
these poor
trying
women.
to
How can you
bribe
take them to
people.
court? But I said they signed
It is a
the
crime.
contract. And they said it's a revolving loan fund. If the first batch of 300 people do not pay,
Jacob
it
did
means
the
nobody else will
director
benefit.
and
And that's
Anthony
not
did
fair.
nothing.
And when the police came, they thought I was
Director
joking.
just
My
put the cow
staff
in the
were
pot.
not happy at all.
Jacob.
Police came, they went, those of you who know Pembe, Pandai, those places. In less than 2 weeks, collected more than 97% of the money.
They have to boil the meat, then cut it.
Can you believe that? These were people who were crying. They
They
called me chief. Chief, we cannot pay that money. We don't have it. We are too poor. We're just coming from war. But they paid the money back. I didn't stop there. Then I did an assessment. went from house to house asking why.
It would be interesting.
Why were you not able to pay? Where did you get the money from? And these were some of the things that we heard.
The plantain was
Most of the women felt that their husbands disrupted their
It's
business.
not even cold, but it was burned.
And the king took money away from them. One woman who I still know said to me, when we got that money, that night I didn't sleep. He said to me, gave me my share of the money. So I did not do no business. When we asked men, some of the men felt that you left us out. We are all poor. So how can you come and give women loan and leave us out? What we also found out was that the women were assuming responsibilities that they used to share with the men. The men said, okay, now you have money. Send has given you money, so you can do everything.
If they can mute their mic for us, thank you.
And the rest of it, I'm sure most of you are aware of them. Reflecting on that, there's more than 300 households. I took pain to understand.
The plantain was fried before the
What was it telling me? I came to the conclusion, I came to two basic conclusions. One was that if women resources in communities of burning poverty, put them in a more vulnerable position. What I also learned from some of the men was that they were eager to want to be part of it. They wanted education.
That's why it's
They
easy
didn't
to
just
do the parboil. That one you
They
can't
wanted
do.
to
The
be
white
done.
rice, forget it.
But I knew that they were in a certain social system. So that
And brought meat.
So that's the background. Let me take a vote. Who all think that I did right by taking those women to court? Let me see the hands.
It's
Okay.
Marshall.
Who all think? Okay. Who all think it was? It was not good.
We messed it up because we were telling them what to do.
You are silent. So those who voted, they think I was right. And I think I was right. We are fighting for equality. We are fighting for justice. If you deny others of resources, that's unjust. And that cannot be championed by someone who says he's a gender activist. Anyway, so what is gender model family? And here we are talking about 2003, 2002. So gender model family is not a new thing. Gender model family are husbands and wives who volunteer to live as equal partners. That's the first thing. They have to pledge and say we live as equal partners. Two, they have to agree to be advocates, to be the agent in their communities, promoting equality. They have to pledge to support, provide equal opportunity to their boys and the girl child. And more importantly, they have to agree to educate their girl child. No, if you know the context in the North, you can understand why we put emphasis to educate the girl child. So this is what we are going to be talking about. Okay, I'm going to give you the mechanics. How do you do it? How do you become a gender model family? We implement the gender model family in 7 steps. I'm happy that there's been very good presentation on what is gender, what a productive, what a reproductive role, all of those things that Professor talked about before. If you have those things at the back of your mind, then you will enjoy my presentation because that's what we are trying to unravel, okay? Now, we implement the GMF, as we call it, in 7 steps. I will invite you to look for the training manual we have. You go on our website, you will see it. These are the 7 steps. Now, I'm not going to go into them in detail because I'm sure that some of you will be interested and you may want to, I want to whet your appetite and encourage you to try to look for the gender model family manual. But it can be done, okay? The basic principle, as I said, is that husband and wife have to volunteer. The man cannot just tell the woman, let's be a gender model family, or vice versa. Now, there's a lot done. We do community entry where we where we ask the community, we tell them about the gender model family. Now, what we do these days is that we bring all gender model family to the community. Recently, we did community entry somewhere in Asashwari. It was quite amazing. We brought people from Western region, from the cocoa farm. You know, this was a man, every man married to somebody from Western region, and we're sharing their experiences, how they have been transformed. So you do the community entry to tell the community about the benefits of gender model family. And then they go to a training. The most important thing about a GM is that they face what we call the Gender Equity Action Plan. You know, it's very amazing whenever I do that training, I just feel refreshed. You see husband and wife detailing what they do 24 hours. Those of you who are familiar with the Harvard model, you know that's what we do, daily activity profile. You see husband and wife do that, and they look at each other. You don't need to ask who is working more. You don't need to ask, you don't need to tell them whose work is benefiting whom. You don't need to ask them who is more dependent on whom. You don't need to ask them who need more resources to care for all of us, but she doesn't have it. So you unravel all those big issues in this training. And then they end with the action plan. The action plan was my way of getting the men. Now, if you say your wife is working hard, please try and help her and share the domestic work. So they fix the action plan where in every instances, the husband agreed to share unpaid care work, bathing the child, cooking, and so forth, all of those things that we take for granted. So that's what happened here. But the next thing they do is that, as we said, they have to commit to being advocate. So every month, the GMF meet in their community. So they usually will have a group of 10 families, and they will meet, and their neighbors will begin to talk about their experiences, what is happening now that the man is helping in the house, what experiences are you having, and then to support each other. Then every quarter, they will go to their chief and make an appointment so they can have a debate to share their experiences. And those experiences are sometimes about the benefits, but also about the kinds of challenges they are having in-laws. In-laws sometimes feel like, who marry who? How can I see my son sweeping, making the bed that they slept on last night? It's not her job. It's not his job. How can you sit down and then your husband? The other day I went to a place in Damango, and this guy was talking about peeling yam. You know, he was he felt so touched that now he can peel yam. This was a man. Now he has become a gender model family. He's peeling yam. He's never done it in his life. That's the kind of thing that you see happening. So they share those experiences with the community. And then when they have the quarterly review meeting, that is where maybe they've identified some common challenges. You know, there are cases where brothers, sisters, or other people in the community mocking them for becoming women, for allowing their women to control the men. Then when they go to the experience sharing section, those issues are raised where they need the chief or the priest or whoever is an opinion leader in the community to give his or her backing to the transformation that is taking place. So the quarterly meeting is very important. Then we have what we call the Gender Model Family Summit, where we showcase the best practices. The summit is usually held every year, where we bring the best gender model family from the communities to showcase the successes, what it means when the husband and the wife live as equal, when you treat each other as adults, not as one being a little person always. Very important. So that's where we bring in the policy people for government to see that it is possible. There are policy measures that you can put in place to foster redistribution of unpaid care work. And when you do the benefit that I have. Okay. So those are 7 steps, as I said, We have a very beautiful manual. We also offer services, consultancy services to agencies that want to practice the gender model family. Okay, let me just summarize. So the GM then is a gender transformative approach. I think Madam has beautifully defined what we mean by gender transforming social relations. And I always tell people it's the relation between a man and a woman is probably the first relationship in human creation. So if you can transform that and have that based on principles of equity, principles of justice, not principles of patriarchal determinants and values and ethics. So that's what gender transformation is about, where you empower society from bottom by changing the relationship, building families not on traditions that dominate one sex over the other. So that's the first thing we do. It's about changing that power. But I must talk about that. I don't need to emphasize that. The GM has several role models. We need role models. Madam just spoke here. How many of them are there in this country? I've lived and worked across this country. You go to communities, you hardly find role models, competent, inspiring women. So the gender model family become a model that it is possible for you and your husband to live equitably. And when I that's where it should begin in Africa. All of us here, we treasure our family. So if we can have those families, like my daughter and myself working, doing this presentation, preparing it together. She was a little baby in 2003 when I was doing it. Now she wants to be an expert in it. I enjoy talking to her about why is it that I feel strongly that unless we can transform the way men and women live, the way decisions are made, the resources they have, until you can change that dynamics, all the things we are talking, I believe, will not achieve that. So that's the first thing. So the family is very important. Bring it from the bottom up. Once you can, that's the basic structure. Okay, training is very important. Training, mentoring, coaching, it doesn't happen by itself. Those of us who have been doing gender training in this country since the 1990s. I wrote my first manual in 1993. And it's amazing how many people Madam talk about. You go to offices. People have the rhetoric. They have the slogans. But they don't have the analysis. They can't do the analysis. They cannot break it down. They can't unpack power dynamics. So we need a training. Very important. What's happening to my technology? Okay, I don't know. Can somebody help me here? I don't know what's happening. Yeah. So capacity building is important. Okay. Okay, but you see that. You know, I always tell Ghanaians, I've worked a lot in the north. You know, and I always tell them this, when you see northerners in the north, you go to villages, they will say they cannot pound fufu. They cannot do this. But when you go to most chop bars here, you see men doing it. Where are they from? You see, so I do that to illustrate to them that gender relationship, when you say our culture, it's not static. It's not static. I mean, you know, so that's, you go back, that's not where I am. So it's not static. So you see here, people pounding fufu. If this guy was in his village, he probably would never do it. I was in a place in Saboba, and this guy was talking about peeling yam. And we were talking about how they were coming from the village, from the farm, and he had to take firewood. It's a big deal, you see. So we try in the gender model family to unpack those thinking, that these things you are calling culture, they are not cast in stone. They are determined by, Madam has talked beautifully about it, If you look in the energy sector, the type of policies we have, the type of education we have. That's why I spend a lot of time with my daughter, because I want her to know that there's nothing cast in stone. I don't want her to think that relationships are there forever. Okay? They are shaped by conditions, and we can change conditions, and we can do it better if we change it from the family. Wow. Okay. So, what are some of the challenges when we implement the gender model plan? As I said, we've done this since 2000 and you continue. The good thing about a gender model family is that you can apply it to almost anything. Energy sector, we are doing now a very exciting program with JICA on the environment. Nutrition, where you can see men changing roles, realizing that feeding your child is one of the most beautiful experiences that a parent can have. Okay? You can apply it to microfinance, water and sanitation, just excellent. We are now working in Sierra Leone with village saving and loan schemes, which traditionally are only for women, where husbands are now getting involved and seeing that if we, the family, if we have a more transparent relationship where we save together. So the GMF, you can apply it to anything as far as I know it. Okay, but let me talk about some of the challenges. No, please. The next slide. The slide before this. No, go. There's a slide on challenges. Okay. Sorry, this technology. Go back, go back. Okay. This is the training manual that we have for the GMF. Go to challenges. Okay, operational challenges. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay. One of the difficulties we have is that the GMF is a very intensive process. So you need somebody in the community to be able to take notes, to be able to keep information about whether or not the neighborhood meetings are taking place, what issues are coming up, whether the families are implementing their action plan. Sometimes finding people is very difficult. Okay, and you know, like every social transformation tool, you need numbers. So if you have to work with, right now in some project, we are working with about 30,000. You know, if you have to pay monitors for that, it becomes very costly. That's one. To prepare an action plan, you have to set with it. So it's very difficult. So usually we encourage them to come with one wife, and then that trickles into a problem because then you are helping the man to make a choice. You see, that's a very big problem. But I mean, I will come back to that. So that's one of the biggest problems. Now, because we are a development organization and we are in the age of the SDG, leaving no one behind, you don't want to say you cannot come. You have a training session, the woman is hearing something that is very interesting. She wants to come and take part. Some of the things you are discussing is happening to her. How can you tell her, say, no, you can't do that? With it. This is probably negative remarks. I've already mentioned some of them. And as for you, who marry whom? Your wife has poisoned you. They've given you something. That's why you are behaving like this, especially with the men. It discourages them. And I mean, you know, but those are some of the common problems that we see. What are some of the lessons we've learned? As I said, we've been doing this for more than 20 years, so we have quite a bit of lessons that, you know. Uh-oh. How do I get it back? Emmanuel, can you help me? I don't know how to get it back. Why? Okay. Okay. Some of the lessons we've learned is that the GMF, establishing it is costly. Imagine if you have a project of about 40,000 beneficiaries, and you have about maybe 10 to 15,000 married people who want to take part in the GMF. So taking them through all of these steps can be very costly to start. But here is the thing. Once you start the GMF, I always tell them, by their fruit, we shall know them. And your fruit is if you are able to recruit other families to join you. And that's what usually happens. So we don't repeat the training in the community. When you train the first batch, the benefits that they get and others are seeing it, the family can, so how did you do it? You used to have quarrel, now you don't have no quarrel. What has happened? And then they join. So yes, we make that investment, but it pays off. It's also very important in our communities to start, I always say, start your community entry with all the important players in the community. Because GMF is about, you are touching the core of society. The men control society. And what you are saying to society is that, no, this is not correct. This is not, if you are a Christian, God did not want it so. Don't believe what your pastor is telling you. Don't believe what your traditional leader is telling you. This is the way our elders were not always like that. A lot has happened in Ghana. So you have to involve traditional leaders. You have to involve religious leaders. So when we do the sensitization initially, we bring all of these groups, important power holders in the community to the meeting. That's very important because you can get their support. And we have. Okay, GMF perform best if they are integral part of other activities. You know, you are rocking society from the bottom. So there has to be some incentive. And the incentive, like if it is a microcredit program, it works well. The family is getting something, and you can't pay for it. So it works very well if it's an integral part. Okay. Okay, as I said, I was recently in Damango, and there I met with about 20 polygamous households. I asked, what? But when the women and the men recounted where they've come from and where they are now, simple thing that those of us in this home will take for granted. Husband paying school fee. There's a man who has been married for, he has several wives. He has big children, but he's never taking money out of his pocket and pay. Now he's telling me that he cannot pay school fee. The wife can count on him when the children are sick to go to the hospital. You know, in Ghana, if you deliver and your husband go with you to, the first time you go for your postnatal service, you call that the roll out the golden carpet. Most women don't get that. But through the GMF, some men were confessing how they've done it and what it has meant for the emotions, energizing their love. That they went there, the nurses embraced them. The fact that their husband was able to come. We used to do it at Sen, but at some point we had to stop it because we also realized that women who went to the clinic and their husbands were not there, and our people went there with their husbands, the nurses pay a lot of attention to them. It made the other women to feel bad. So the GMF can help to unlock a lot of things. One thing also is clear that GMF works better with younger couples. Okay, if they are younger, they are prepared to experiment, they are prepared to unlearn, they are prepared to do different things. So it's important. We usually had an experience where we brought some people from the Western region, and the first thing they said to us, Sen, how can you get these old people? They have grandchildren. Their time has passed. So you should do the GMF with younger people. The future belongs to them. Sorry. Wow. I'm at the best part of my presentation, and then technology is failing me. I wanted to talk about some of the impact of the GMF. One of the things, whenever I do GMF evaluation, not only me, recently we had one of our partners in Sierra Leone to do an evaluation of the GMF. And this guy was so touched that one thing that was mentioned, everybody mentioned that their sex life has improved. And these are other people who don't normally talk about sex. So that tells you that when you improve relationship, when women and men treat each other as equal, and I always say as human beings, a lot of things can happen, and quite often very good things. Now let me take you through to some of the Okay, these are GMF. These people are from Chamba. No, not this one, not from Chamba. These are from Sierra Leone. Okay, I don't need to read all of it, but you see, after the birth of our son, I was responsible for taking care of my son in the household, which was very difficult for me. Since my husband and I were trained in the GMF in 2019, my husband has become supportive. You often hear about it. Husband becoming supportive, looking after the children, and so on. Can you go ahead? Next slide. Okay. Okay. It's okay. Now, I told you that one of the things we do Madam talked this morning about disaggregation of data. One of the things we do in the GMF is you have to unpack unpaid care. We have another project where we actually put money on it. So what does it mean if you have to sweep? Put that hour to it. You see what that woman does. You see. So you see here, there is a family. So before we started this project, yeah, okay. Oh, okay, okay. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, I think this graph better shows it. They change the redistribution of unpaid care work. That's what we are showing here and what that does. Let's go next slide. My time is out, that's what I'm told. Yeah. Okay. You know, I told you that the GMF is for the family. So when we have the GMF summit, we actually bring children to demonstrate what changes they have seen in the behavior, in the relations between their parents in the household. So there's one here in Salaga. I did this in 2019 or 2016, thereabout. Okay, let's go. Okay, well, this is just, let's go. Another GMF family. Trini, let's go. Okay, so the GMF it has become global. In 2017, the FAO actually adopted it as a gender, so they've translated our manual into French, into so and so forth. So you see, these are some of the organizations around the world that are now promoting the GMF. Let's go to the last slide. Okay, I wanted to play this video for you to hear. This is in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, we have more than thousands of GMF. In Ghana, the same. Okay, so I think it's enough. You've heard the GMF story, and I hope that many of you will live here. Those of you who are not gender model family, you will become one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siafa Kamara, CEO of Send West Africa. Thank you. We are grateful. Another round of applause for him. So it is the platforms like this that bring to fore new knowledge. And so we are all learning. And so that's another powerful presentation. We want to do two quick presentations, awards, not academic presentations, to two distinguished personalities here, because, well, maybe after break, after lunch, we might not see them in our midst. They have some other equally important assignments to attend to. So we'll do that quickly, and then we'll all go to the foyer for lunch break. We have our snack and lunch ready, so double for those of us who like it heavy. And so we'll do that quickly. So we want to call Professor Smile GC to please come forward. And then can we have the plaque here? So let's have the plaque for Ohiniyiri Gifty Auntie. So we have a plaque for Ohiniyiri Gifty Auntie from, I believe, Global Foundation. Very beautiful one. Let me see what's written on it. Connection.
We really appreciate the great job you are doing. You are admired so much, I'm sure you will not know. And we are happy and very privileged and honored that you took time off your busy schedule. You know she's very, very busy. And she just said, I'll come and talk and interact with your women no matter what and nothing. So please, let's give her a big round of applause. This is just a token to show appreciation.
Thank you very much, Madam Gifty Auntie. We are grateful for your time and for chatting the way. Thank you. And then we also want to call on Professor Maurice Apre of University of Virginia, USA, to also come for his award.
Professor flew all the way from the USA, missing Thanksgiving with the family just to be with us. We appreciate it. We recognize that the male factor is very important. And I love your brief presentation. I think the second conference, you should be strong and healthy enough to give us a full keynote presentation. So, Prof, well done so much. Please.
Thank you very much, Prof. We are grateful. Thank you. And so it's time for lunch. We are all starving. So please climb up to the foyer. We have lunch and snacks there for you. Make sure you request for both. Demand for it. Tell them MC says my snack is here and my lunch is here. You're entitled to both. All the best. Enjoy. Thank you. We have just about 20 minutes. So just after lunch, we are coming back here to continue with the rest. Yes. So we actually have other interesting presentations. Sergio and the rest are all waiting. We have panel discussion. We have spoken words. We have songs by our wonderful choir. And so we have a lot at stake after lunch. Also, we have books by Ohineyiri Giftianti also at the foyer. Try and pick a copy. And some other exhibitors are also there. Interact with them and pick a thing or two from them. Thank you very much. All right, so there's a room behind me. There's a room behind the stage. All dignitaries are supposed to go there. All dignitaries are supposed to go behind me. There's a room behind the stage. So please speak to any of the ushers. Can we have the ushers, the protocol team, please speak?
I didn't know about this gender thing this morning. I don't know it has been going on. Who added me to this program that matter?
Hello? Well, after eating, sometimes we forget the exact time, but I think it's afternoon. So, good afternoon. Welcome back. We need to start with the second session. We have a couple of presentations, poetry recitals, musical performance, and all that. And so let's get it rolling. So please, those sitting at the back, just come forward. Please come forward. Anybody sitting at the back should please come forward. Don't sit behind the choral group. So come forward. Let's fill this. We are still taking pictures and videos. So let's fill the empty seats here. We want to begin the second session. Those still at the foyer, if you can hear me, please come inside. We are about to start the second session. We've just started eating. Please do well to wrap up. So just come forward, fill the seats here for me. If we have Clara Ollins here, she should please get ready to serenade us with a poetry recital. Clara Ollins, if you're here. A round of applause for Clara. Your clapping is not encouraging at all. Clara is from Winneba, all the way from Winneba to do this. So give her another round of applause. All right, carry on.
Good evening. Thank you. It is not wrong for you to compliment a person about how beautiful or handsome they are. It is not wrong for you to appreciate their physical features, their masculinity or femininity. What is actually wrong is when you use their gender as an SI to determine their IQs, ability, and limits to opportunities. What has me being a female got to do with how best I can handle my job when I have gone through training? So because I'm a woman, I have to bring my CURVE in place of my CV before you give me the job I deserve. Not to talk of the tradition of Bermansu that is old as the scars that has been left in the hearts of most men, the tumor of pain that has clogged their brain and made them numb. So the strength of a man is measured on his ability to hold back hot tears even when they burn his eyeballs and make them red with pain. No matter how hard we try, this imbalance of gender equality is still imbalanced because we always measure one side's strength over the other side's weakness. While some men still see women for vulnerability and sex, some women are being empowered to shatter glass ceilings till it's rain broken pieces and slash the throats of men. So it's now become a war where one gender is empowered to endanger the other and make them powerless, whilst the issue is in our everyday lives. What you tell your baby boy right from the womb will determine how he treats his wives, female colleagues, sisters. What you tell your baby girl right from the womb will determine how she sees herself, her level of confidence and relationship with the opposite sex. So train up your baby boy the right way he should go, and when he grows up, he will respect women's rights. Train up your baby girl the right way she should go, and when she grows up, she will embrace herself and know she's not made only for the kitchen. It is not your fault to grow up in an environment that is stereotypical of gender, but it is your fault not to grow and open yourself up to knowledge. It is your fault not to rid yourself of basic thinking and challenge the status quo than to fall back on these stereotypes because they endorse your ego or soft life goals. Just because the first and second generation of women from your family were given up to early marriages, never allowed to speak up, and barred from pursuing certain career paths doesn't mean you should subject your wife, sisters, even female colleagues to the same treatment and your daughters. Just because mama tied her penny at the tip of her cloth while she haggled daddy for more doesn't mean men should be left to bear the brunt. It is our responsibility to treat every person we meet and make the world a better place for them just because they are human first, before they were female or male. And as you are listening to me, know this: you are human first before anything. So you deserve to be loved purely, respected highly, given opportunities, and most importantly, find the strength within to do anything you want to do. Just because somebody told you that women who have made it far prostituted their way through doesn't mean you should hold back on your dreams. Just because a myopic person told you this career path doesn't make you masculine enough doesn't mean you should hold back on your dreams. Again, you are human first before you were female or male. So you need to live and treat others as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clara Ollins. If you enjoyed that, another round of applause for Clara. Beautiful, beautiful recitation. Thank you very much, Clara. Your words were powerful. Scared hearing some of them, but hey, what can we do? We are here to support. Yeah. Anyway, so we have our next presentation, which is going to be, well, he tells me he's going to be snappy with it, so that we can have others as well. And so we want to welcome the country director for Send Ghana, Dr. Emmanuel Aifa. Round of applause for Doc.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair, kindly permit me to stand on already existing protocols to make this presentation. I promise it's going to be snappy. Yes, we've heard so much about gender equality, gender inequity, and everything. Send Ghana is an organization, as a policy research and advocacy organization. For us, we think that you can talk about everything, but without budgets, all the talk is empty. Because if you really want to achieve gender equality or gender equity, whichever school of thought you want to hold, you need budgets for such. You need governments to commit and prioritize allocating funding for the issues that talks about gender. Not just allocation alone, but beyond allocation, the fund need to be disbursed, because oftentimes when you analyze government budgets, so much is allocated. But when it comes to disbursement and implementation, and you do what we call budget credibility analysis, you realize that there are wide deviations between what was actually allocated or promised and what actually was given for implementation. And so I've titled this presentation focusing on starting the calls for gender equality and achieving the SDG 5 through gender responsive budgeting, because budgeting is key. and we are looking at the Ghanaian experience. Briefly, what we'll look at is a brief introduction and why and what of gender responsive budgeting. Why is this so even important? Then we'll look at Ghana's journey as far as gender responsive budgeting is concerned. And we'll look then at the way forward for Ghana and of course for Africa. I made a point earlier that in achieving the SDG, that's Agenda 2030, and let me add, in achieving the African Agenda 2063, especially in terms of the one that focuses on gender equality, as far as we know, the target 5.6, in fact, indicator 5.6.1 talks about using budget, gender responsive budgeting to achieve such. And so the point we make here is that it is important that as much as possible for us to attain the agenda target of 5.C.1, it is important that we look at issues of gender responsive budgeting. So then the issue is, what is this beast called gender responsive budgeting, or GRB? Basically, GRB is just a tool to ensure gender equality using public financial management approaches or systems. And by that, we just mean using budgets, budget and budget. Without budget, forget about this whole discussion that we are having. It might interest you to know that globally, the OECD countries and almost all countries are trying to use GRB. I'll be using GRB a lot just to shorten it. Using GRB a lot to achieve gender equality. I'm not surprised that the very first presenter, my boss who presented on the gender wage gap this morning, spoke about the variation and then also gave some statistics. Most of the speakers today have highlighted this fact. And the point is that you heard so much about the work that Rwanda have done to actually try to reduce the gender gap. It is because Rwanda is a good case that we can cite as Africa in terms of prioritizing and enforcing gender responsive budgets. When you take Rwanda out, we have Canada, we have a country like Austria. In fact, for them, they have codified gender responsive budgeting as part of what they do. And so it's not surprising that when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals in terms of the outcomes and how countries are performing, clearly you see Canada, you see Austria, you see Rwanda as those that are doing very well. And it is not for any reason, it's because in their budgeting, they prioritize issue of gender. It is very important because it tries to reduce inefficiencies in the system. Because once you use gender responsive budgeting, you are sure that you are targeting those who really need to be targeted. And for that matter, as an economist, when this morning, there were also statistics, I'm sure, from my chair, talking about the fact that if you fail to plan and you fail to commit to it, your GDP is going to reduce by 11% thereabout. That tells us that yes, when you do gender responsive budgeting, it's going to ensure economic growth. And so these are the reasons behind which we are thinking our country, Ghana, and other countries need to look at GRB. One will ask, oftentimes, we think that GRB is about fighting about budget for men and women. Unfortunately, that is really not GRB. GRB is not about having 50-50 budgets for men and for women. It is so the case that if you realize countless research upon research has actually pointed to the fact that women are disproportionately affected in all the development outcomes. That is why when you hear so much about issues of GRB, you tend to think about the women or the girls. But GRB, in essence, actually is looking at how you prioritize for both genders, men, women, boys, and girls. So this point is just telling us that it's not just about budget for women alone or girls alone. If you are a government official, you ask yourself, where can you do GRB? At what point of the budget process can you do GRB? The sense is that it's important to start from the beginning. But if you have not been able to do that, all is not lost. At every point of the budget process, you can still reflect and implement gender responsive budgeting. So that is purely what it's telling us, that if you don't have that sense to start from the beginning, that doesn't mean that you've missed. This is the point I made earlier about what GRB encompasses. It's not just about women, but the fact is that because women are disproportionately affected, that is why we are focusing so much on the issues of women. Now let's come home. What I thought about for this keynote is purely giving a broad overview. We published some work, some research. That is my organization, Send Ghana, GTLC, and Oxfam. We did some work looking at gender responsive budgeting implementation. We used our Greek sector as a case study. In fact, the experiences of Ghana that I'm going to talk to you about is in this document. And we actually interviewed the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender, and some other policy actors. So it clearly reflects what is in there. Ghana as a country, we've not codified GRB into law. I think the point was made clearly. But the good thing is that if you look into almost all our policy documents, you see the brain behind the commitment to actually implement GRB. Our constitution, first of all, talks about the fact that we don't need to discriminate. And of course, if you are not discriminate, you are thinking about equity. Then agenda policy, I'm happy that the minister's rep is here. And I think Madam Chair also indicates she contributed to it. Agenda policy actually also states categorically and have the mind of trying to be gender responsive. When you move beyond that, even in our budgets, the Ministry of Finance has what is called the Budget Operation Manual, and that explicitly defines GRB. But unfortunately, what we see is that it is just there and it defines. Every year in our budget cycle, important that as much as you to know that the European agriculture policy, which is just like the Africa one, they are also thinking of how they move the agenda of gender responsive budgeting forward. So this is how far our country as Ghana we've come, as far as implementing GRB is concerned. In 2005, almost about 18 years or so ago, when there was the Commonwealth, the African Commonwealth Finance Ministers Conference, when our finance minister came from the conference, because there were discussions about GRB, he moved the idea that for us to succeed, as far as those times the MDGs are concerned, then we needed to make sure that our budget is gender responsive. Fast forward, 2007 to 2008, then they decided that the Ministry of Finance and the then Ministry of Women and Children, now it's Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, should constitute a body to prosecute the agenda of gender responsive budgeting. And that was done as early as 2007. So that was done. The focus was the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health and Education. Of course, aside the two mother ministries, you cannot do gender without involving Ministry of Gender. So that one, and you cannot do budget without Ministry of Finance. So those were done. From that point, what they try to do is to train some government officials about the whole BISCO GNRB, what this is about. But the point is that if you don't know what it is about, you cannot champion that cause of GNRB. So the training went on, and then there was a budget circular. Every year, they send budget circulars to inform district, regions, and ministries to develop their budget. The budget circular actually had 5 key steps, and these are the steps that are there. To properly implement gender responsive budgeting. These steps that were in the circular is not different from the steps that you see across the globe. So in the thinking of our policymakers, we really wanted to follow best practices. As far back as that time, that was done. But unfortunately, in 2015, when the gender policy, I think, preparation period, when they were trying to evaluate, they realized that unfortunately, implementation of gender responsive budgeting has not been as expected. And the main reason had to do with the fact that political commitment was zero. That was the reason. And in fact, if you look into the literature, not only in Ghana, almost all the work, the research that we've done, you cannot have very good GNRB without political commitment. And so that was what the gender policy evaluation we realized. The good thing is that under the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, there's some work that is going on called the MAC, Modernizing Agriculture in Ghana. If you hear the popular Planting for Food and Jobs and all that, I mean, that is the vehicle. You know, the Canadian feminist principle, it says that gender should be prioritized. And because the funding was coming from Canada, there was no way we were going to miss that. And so what was done is that you need to be gender responsive. Ghana, as a commitment, needed at least 10% of our budget should be going to GNRB related issues. And then you should have 40% representation of women. In fact, when we did an analysis looking at just the MAC, looking at agriculture alone, we realized that as much as possible, those organizations, those government ministry, department, and agencies, of course, focusing on agri, their budget now is tilting towards being gender responsive. Some at the beginning were doing 1, some were even doing 0. Now, some of them are doing way over the 10%. Some are doing as much as 30 or so %. Another thing that we realize that in districts that we have district chief executives, we have district agri directors, and then we have district coordination directors as women, females leading there. You realize that if you pick their district budget, in terms of it being gender responsive women focused, was better. So that also tells us that leadership is also key as part of it. This is just to tell us about the budget process. As a country and globally, if you want to intervene, you can intervene at the planning and preparation stage. In planning and preparation, what is done is every year the Ministry of Finance will ask for inputs into the budget. And so if ordinary Ghanaian, and that is where we can prioritize women, push women to as much as possible go to share their ideas and views. Once that is done, then the budget approval stage comes where they do the allocation. And let me emphasize the point that sometimes we think that it's solely about expenditure. We think about solely about allocation. But gender responsive budget, we also need to look at the revenue side. Because sometimes some of the policies as far as the budget are concerned will rather hit hard on women. The fact is that we need to think about how progressive even our revenue is concerned in terms of generation. So that is the key point here, is that if you look at our budget process, we can look at it from either planning at the implementation stage or at the monitoring stage. At monitoring stage, we need to assess what has been the gains as far as gender responsive budgeting. Then, during the next cycle, like we just had the budget read, this is just at the beginning. Parliament is discussing the budget now. And this is the time that some of us will do and I will share with the MPs. And the MPs will use that when you hear them talking on the floor of parliament, just to see whether they should approve or not. They have the power to say, this portion of budget, obviously we think that is not good, so we should look at it in a different way. I'll be ending soon. Now, the point is that we have looked at Ghana's situation, how far we've come, and the point is, where are we going? What is the way forward for us? If you look into the literature again, the main thing that I said that Ghana, we had a momentous takeoff. There was that promise. But unfortunately, when an analysis was done about 19 countries, and in fact, this was just by the ministry of 19 countries, Ghana did not find any space among the 19 countries in Africa as far as our performance at the time was. But that was earlier in 2010 or so. And so if you look at some of the key things that have come up, and if you look at our current SDG GO5 performance, if you look at some of the in terms of looking at labor force participation to low labor force participation, if you look at literacy and other offsets, clearly it shows us that we are about 7 or 6 years attaining that 2030. Fortunately, we are not there yet. If we have to look at it as our agenda is concerned, there's no way we are going to attain it. On average, we are doing just, I think, about 50 or so. For us to move to the 100, it will take quite some time. So what do we do? The very first thing that we need to do as a country, and I'm sure it's not only Ghana, but for other African countries, we are not doing well. It's as much as possible. We need leadership, we need political support and accountability process. By this, we mean it has to start from the president. Because if the president and if the cabinet and if the key people have that buy-in, I believe that it's going to be good. Rep from the minister today told us that the cabinet fortunately approved the affirmative action bill, and now it's in parliament for consideration. That tells you that we need a cabinet, we need a president, and such people to push the agenda. And so if we really want to codify GRB, for us to have gender equity, what we need is leadership from the big people, so to speak. Aside having leadership, it is important that we try to train people. When the first training was done, 2007, 2007, 2008, you realized that there was that momentum, but we went to sleep. And so it's important that we train not just those at the ministry, every local assembly, district assembly. Well, the gender inequities hasn't stayed in Accra. It is throughout the country. And so we need to train district chief executives because they will approve the district budget. We need to train district coordinating directors. We need to train various heads of departments at the district level. But this is something that Ghana has started doing from 2019. We've been doing a series of training and of course focus on the agriculture sector. And then beyond training, there's a discussion that we had with the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The point is that you need the ministry strong because they are the ones that can force the other guys to really operate efficiently. Now, what we are moving towards is that the Institute of Local Government Studies, they run masters and short courses in development. So we need them as part of the curriculum. Gender responsive budget should be part of the curriculum. In fact, I'm even advocating also as an academic, advocating that I did economics, but in none of the economics classes will be really taught about budget analysis and whatnot as it is. And so if we have people coming from school understanding this, I believe that that is the first step. If we employ people, they come, and it's only when they come, send Ghana, then they begin to have that sense of what is called in class to teach us expenditure, revenue, everything. I will not teach you general responsive budgeting. That after this, you need then to look at the budget process itself. Because once you've done the academic work, it's the action that is going to cause the change. And that is why we need to influence as much as possible the budget processes. And this one in Ghana, NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission. In fact, I was happy when I saw the boss. I thought that it was going to be here. But it's good thing that the organizers invited the NDPC, because you cannot also prosecute the agenda without NDPC. Because the budget circular that goes, they are the ones that champion NDPC, Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Local Government, of course, Ministry of Gender. I've made a point already about the revenues. That sometimes you should also look at how those affect women. This is going to be my last slide, my last but one slide. So beyond that, it's important to do gender impact assessment. Because if you've done all the allocation, you've done the disbursement, they've implemented it. If you do not do gender impact assessment, you might think that, yes, you're giving so much money. Maybe the money is going to the wrong person. Maybe the money is not targeting the right women that you need to go. It's not about you're giving so much women, but which particular women, which particular girls are we looking at? Which particular boys or girls are we looking at? So important to do that. It is important to also collect gender disaggregated data. I forgot to mention that in some the literature and in our research, we find is that Ghana and other countries are not doing the GNU work because gender disaggregated data. Because you need the data to clearly tell you for you to target and target very well. So it's important we look at that as well. And it's important that in doing what is called public expenditure analysis and tax incident analysis, we also try to focus on all this. But when we take this key point that I mentioned as the way forward for our country, I believe that we are going to go onward. The point is that now we are just about 6 years. We are in 2023. We are almost getting to 2024, which will left barely 6 years. But in 2030 to come to an end. And the point is that for us to really achieve just the target 5.1, it's important that we use gender responsive budget as a country. It is very critical that we do this. From what I say, technically, we may not be able to hit the target, but at least when we are able to activate the system now, we'll be able to push us towards some level in trying to achieve it. But of course, for me, I always say that it shouldn't be about agenda 2030. 2030 will come and go, but there will still be women, there will still be men, there will still be boys and girls. So we need to look at that. Lastly, we always think that it's about government. What am I doing as somebody who works within the NGO sector? What am I doing as an academic? What are we doing possibly as a donor partner? So the point I'm making is that yes, government is important, but the literature has told that, like, are you the case of the map that is being supported by Canadian government is concerned, as an example. Unless we have donor partners coming in, unless we have NGOs coming in, unless we have the academia coming in, sometimes it's not just about money, it is about giving the awareness. I don't think that we can achieve it. So I want to thank you so much on this road for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel Aifa. Round of applause for Doc. Gender responsive budgeting, very important topic. We want to take the next presentation, and so let's welcome All right, so who is helping us present the award? Round of applause for them as they come up. So that's an award that's going to Dr. Sabina Anoche.
Some personalities that have supported this conference. Without them, we wouldn't have seen today. They have motivated us, encouraged us, and also presented a very beautiful and insightful keynote for us. So we just want to appreciate them in our own small way that we love you. We thank you for the great job you are doing for women in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sabina Anoche. So she gave us a paper on gender, energy, and some other. Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate you. So while they take their seats, Madam Esther Darko Mensah can get ready. Esther Darko Mensah can get ready. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The room is very, very gala. I'm a trainer and a facilitator, so when you do that on me, I'll let you stand up and clap. Okay. So I think I'm waiting for my presentation. Oh, you don't have it. Okay. Just want to greet especially all the key speakers and dignitaries and everyone here. Good afternoon. You are all special here. And a special thanks to Lady Rachel for putting this together. Okay. So I've really enjoyed all the speakers, and it's so interesting. Everybody's topic is unique. Very, very unique. And I've really learned a lot here. And I am coming to talk on gender-based violence and advocacy. And then I'll share something about my organization, the strategies we've used in reaching some of the trying to do our work on elimination of gender-based violence. So I will take us through the guide we have all the rural responses, how we manage to do when we have done all the talk.
Hey, Daddy, I can spell for. I can spell for. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Daddy.
Rural area to achieve what we want to get. So,
Now, I know most of us might have this. So when we talk about gender-based violence, we mean any act is based on women's subordinate status in society. It includes any act or threat by men or male-dominated institutions that inflict physical, sexual, or psychological harm on a woman or girl because of their gender. In most cultures or traditional belief, norms, and social institutions legitimize and therefore perpetuate violence against women. So the best definition we all use is any act that results or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion, or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or private life. Here, I want to explain a little about what the definition says. The reason being that or the reasons why we are going through gender-based violence, the root causes are patriarchy. But the definition is trying to say when the act goes on, it results in whether it's physical, sexual, and all that. But it's occurring in public or private life. Most of the time, our tradition has made it inside that a man will be staying with a woman, whether in wedlock or out of wedlock or cohabiting, and will just be beating the woman because society has allowed it, patriarchy has allowed it. So when it comes to private life, and when I talk about private life, it means in the confines of the home, it becomes okay. But when it's in public, I'll just give a little example. Let's assume I'm walking outside and I meet someone who calls me, I like you, I don't like you. And the person beats me. And I rush to the police station. The police will follow me and go and look for whoever to take up the case. But let me go tomorrow and cry and tell them I've been beaten. By who? My husband, my boyfriend. Now who now also there? Who now back all day? Or the way I'll get there, the way you are, throwing your hands around, you deserve the beating. So the definition tells us that this kind of thing that we are talking about, whether it happens in the public atmosphere or in the private life, it is still gender, it's still violence, and whoever does that must be punished if only we are going by the law. One of the major root causes of gender-based violence is patriarchy. Some of our customs and traditions also plays a part in how women are seen not to be equal or on the same level with men. And these are terms that we use. Patriarchy, we all know, was first used by one Kate Millett in the 70s, and it comes from a Greek word. So it is defined as a set of social relations in which women systematically operate as subordinates and men are placed in dominant positions. And we see them all around us. So we want to believe in it, and this is how it is done. This is the men's world. So everything that we are doing, this is how it should be done. And if you get up to not do as it's supposed to be done, or the box that will be put in, you try to come out, they start to call you names. And I know most of us are doing work on activism, we call Margaret Thatcher, Yaa Asantewaa, and all that. We get all those names. So, gender equality is a fundamental human right. Article 1 and Article 2 proclaim the inherent dignity of all human beings and the principle of non-discrimination based on sex, respectively. Article 1 asserts the right of all individuals to dignity and inalienable rights, including women and children. It states that all human beings are born free and equal. So we are all equal. And when we talk about gender based, I always tell people, when we are talking about the fact that we want equality, the thing is that we are saying that the only thing that we can't change is earlier on, I think one of the speakers talked about when it comes to our sex. And for us, when we are talking about gender, we mean we are talking about when we want to talk about sex, man and woman, and our biological features as the one that we can't change. But when it comes to other things that we have to do, the role that has been assigned to us by society, what society thinks men are the ones who alone can do, women are the ones. We are saying that we can all do it equally. So the 1992 Constitution of Ghana in Article 17, 1 and 2 specifically guarantees gender equality and freedom of women and men, girls and boys from discrimination on the basis of social or economic status, among others. Also, as enshrined in Chapter 5 on human rights in the same Constitution, in 527 and 528, it mentions the rights of women and the rights of women and children respectively, which tells you that Ghana, in our Constitution, really stands for equality. But whether on paper is the same as is reflected in our lives, that is why we've gathered here. Ghana has ratified and acceded to certain international and regional human rights instruments, and Ghana is legally bound to uphold these rights. These 12 instruments include the International Bill of Rights, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and People's Rights, and all the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women and Children. Ghana has signed that. You will see through that all these laws, by a certain time, when we talk about violence against women especially, if not anything, we should have about 80%, we'll be left with just 20. And I think a time is coming, we will get to 0. Most international laws which Ghana has acceded to spell out for both women and men to be equal, but in practicality, both men and women are not seen or related equally in Ghana, and the same can be related to other parts of the world. Examples are how many leadership positions are given to men over women in governance, institutions, and all of that. Because of time, I don't want to go into that because we all know. So for us to be able to build the bridges and chart the course of gender equality for the SDG 5, we need to change the system or systems that does not allow us to close or bridge the gap. This has to be done through using all strategies, interventions, and advocacy skills available. For our advocacy work, we need not to focus solely on the national, but should start gradually from the local to the top. So in trying to do most of our advocacy, I believe that we try from local to regional, national, and then we get our global and international ones. And this afternoon, I'll be delving much into the local aspects, how we do our rural works. In doing our advocacy works, one of my mentors, Dr. Angela Joamina, in 2010, during the days that women were doing a lot of advocacy, picketing and all that, said for you to get there, you have to shout and double shout to make yourself heard on issues regarding persons with disability, children, women, and poor people. And we all believe that if we keep quiet, we will not achieve the SDG 5s in 2030, as we are saying. And he rightly said that we are left only 6 years, and within a twinkle of an eye, 6 years will come. So we all have a lot of work to do. So this is those of us who want to do advocacy, the work that they are doing, the cycle that you have to go through. We all know this, right? They identify our problems, set the aim, understanding our context, deciding on our objectives, identifying targets, depending on which particular area of activity you are doing. And all these, identifying, analyze, and document most of the work that we are doing, especially if you are doing work on gender-based violence. We have to know that, especially for us, women rights activists, we can't get up and do the work without bringing on the men. And we need to do all that. We have to assess our strengths and weaknesses, deciding on our strategies, and doing all this action plans. And in most advocacy work, our monitoring and evaluation are very key. So my organization, the Gender Studies and Human Rights, in 1998-99, did a nationwide study on violence against women and children. And this project was dubbed the Jinjin Project. So under the Jinjin Project, some of the things that came, a guide was done by our executive director, known as the Rural Response Approach. What is the Rural Response Approach? In the Rural Response Approach, we realized that since we are in Accra and you have most of your activities in the districts, you can't stay there to work. So for you to be able to be visible there, the work to go on, we go into the community, announce our presence, do community entry, talk to the people. And when we talk to the people, we go first, just as Dr. Kamara was sharing, talk to the community opinion leaders, the chief, queen mothers, and all that. And we talk to them to get as people to train. And these people in the project, we call them COMBAT. That is the community-based action team. So if we are working in about 10 communities, we go to each community, we talk to them, and they give us, depending on the budget available, normally it's either 5 or 6 people, 6 men, 3 men, 3 women. And the criteria, we give them a criteria. The criteria we give them is, we want people who not necessarily educated, but people who will understand the training to give them, who will be able to, whatever they learn, they are going back to the community to train and sensitize and educate people on gender-based violence and all that. So they give us, we don't want people who drink, we don't want people who are gossip. So these criteria are given. And we go and the community themselves help us to identify these people. When we get them, we now come back to Accra and set time for training. And the training that we give them is 2 weeks. But for adult learning, you can't come adult 2 weeks in a hotel. So the first training part, we take them through gender, what is gender, we take them to violence against women, and the violence against women, take them through the types and all that we have. Then they will go back to their communities and about 2 weeks come back for the second part of the training, which we take them through. In Ghana, we have something we call the family laws. When we talk about the family laws, we have the marriage rights, the Wills Act, and interstate section law, because we know that all these things are some of the things that raises and causes violence in the home. And we also take them through counseling and alternate dispute resolution. Being that after the training, these people have been equipped and empowered so that when they go back and they get abuse cases, they will go and sensitize. People will come to them and they will counsel them. People will come to them and they do alternate dispute resolution. This approach, when we go back to monitoring, even the chief specified that the number of people that will they get up to come to them for cases to be settled reduces. In this approach, we also try to train state agencies, the police, that is doctor, social welfare, Commission on Human and Administrative Justice, NCCU. Why are we working with these people? Because in all that is going on the work of gender-based violence, any case that comes up, if it is a man who is not taking care of their children, they have to go to social welfare. If it's abuse, some end up in the police station. So when we train these people also with the content we have, we let them collaborate with these combat members so that when they get the cases, they now go and talk to them and refer to them. Normally, what happens is that the only time that they don't do certain cases is when somebody has been raped or there is an abuse. So this is one of the strategies that we have used, the rural response approach. So this approach, the strategy is that it's helping us to get the intervention that we need. Can you just go down a little? So system, it operates within the following key principles: that violence against women is a violation of their human rights. Violence is unacceptable and should be condemned. And also that women experiencing violence have the right to be protected from that. And as I'm ended, as we work on gender-based violence, we all women's rights activists, everyone working on abuse, there need to be a collaboration. And the last one also is about the fact that we should see to it that the law that we have, and we need implementation will go on. Especially, we now have the domestic violence bill. And if people are abuse people, what the bill says we should follow. When someone is taken to police station, family members shouldn't go and beg for the people. People should be punished. There should be education, there should be sensitization. We should see to it that there's prevention. And as we do this, I think that by 2030, with the SDG 5, we'll be able to reach what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam, let's another round of applause for him. Gender-based violence. Thank you. That's another fresh perspective. We are ready. Let's have Dr. Sergio Cordaro. Quick one. Time allocated remain the same. Be here to remind you your time is almost up.
Let me just make the setup. No, yeah, yeah. Okay. So, hello everybody. Being in Ghana, I should start by saying, I think, Ago. So I have to say that it's the second time I've been here, so I feel very aquaba. So Medasi for having me for the second time. I was here last July in this very stage, not in this very stage, in this very city conference center in a conference. It was my first time in Africa, actually, last July. And then when I told my friends that I would come over here again and for the second time in 4 months, they say, well, you must have pretty much liked it, didn't you? And being here, you know, in such a short period of time means that I did like to be here on the first time. Okay, so I have to give you a little background of what I'm showing here. I'm almost feeling like quoting the famous British comedy group, the Monty Python, stating that, and now for something completely different. Because what I'm going to show you, we've been having the beautiful musical interludes sometimes, right? And I feel like I'm giving you the arts interlude, like cinema and dance. So whereas this conference has been so far look for the future, and rightfully so, because you are addressing a very important issue. Actually, I do have a friend in here, a female friend, a girl who told me that she heard from her boss not a very long time ago when she was complaining about something, that it's a man's world. So I think you guys have still, we all, but you know, especially we should like address these issues in a very important and profound manner. But you're looking to the future so far, and I'm inviting you to come to the past, because I do have a PhD in film studies. So, but I work in the research center for music and dance, and it was on that realm that I was here in July for the International Council of Traditions in Music and Dance. And we are working in a database in our research center, which would be okay. It's not elaborating. Okay. Yeah. No, slide number 2. The other one. Yeah. This is it. It's in Portuguese, but it means dance and performative arts database. So in this aspect, this is the first database in Portugal that addresses the question of how can we preserve dance, which is like an ephemeral and a performative art. There's not like an object to archive. So I'm doing the part about cinema in this database. Oh, sorry, the way around. Okay, the other one. Sorry. So I'm indexing and describing dance film, especially in Portuguese dance sequences, pardon me, especially in Portuguese films. So this is an example of what is in the database. It's in Portuguese, but the main thing to look for is that I'm describing the dance scenes in the film so that people who are going to do research on dance don't have to see the whole film in order to search for the dance sequence that they want to address. And all the films that I'm talking about are available at the Portuguese Film Archive. There are now 1,422 non-fiction films from 1896 up to 1979 that are available online completely free. You can see all of them. The 6 movies that I'm addressing here They were all made in the late 20s and early 30s of the 20th century. And were probably the first images of African people that were widely shown in Portugal. Of course, Portugal at that time, in the beginning of the 20th century, was a dictatorship. It was for 48 years, from 1926 to 1974. So we are celebrating next year the 50th anniversary of the Portuguese Revolution. And Portugal at that time had 5 colonies in Africa: Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, São Tomé and Príncipe, and Guinea-Bissau. All of them since the 18th century. Since I'm not, I would love to show excerpts of the film, but for time purposes and reason we don't have that. So I'm showing you some frames of the films in order for you to get a glimpse of what was going on. So these are the 6 films that I'm addressing. There was this mission, cinematic mission, that was commissioned by the Portuguese government for 2 directors in Portugal to travel to Africa and to shoot what was going on there, which I will probably say here, right? And they did that. So they came back to the country and showed the images. Oh, okay. Next. It's not very well. I don't know if you can see, but they are dancing actually in indigenous costumes. So, 2 intertitles set the tone of this first film, which is called Private Customs of Indigenous in Mozambique. And there are 2 intertitles that set the tone to the rest of the film, which is Indigenous Dance Mozambique, one of them, and the other one is Warrior Dances of Angoni. So we have many costumes dancing. They are facing the camera, and there are close-ups of 2 of them looking directly at the camera, something that obviously you should not do when you are being filmed for a fiction film, obviously. This is documentaries, that's a whole new thing. Also in circle, people are on their knees and start to move. A woman in bare chest is dancing and is followed by 3 men also dancing facing the camera. Musicians play a wooden idiophone, and in the background, every man is also carrying a spear and a shield while dancing. So they're bringing these war weapons into the performance. This sequence has a very dynamic montage with several shots, and this will be important for a reason that I will say a little bit later. So there is a difference, if you can see, and I guess you can see this. So these 2 frames came in sequence, and the man in the left and the one on the right are different depending on the shot. Because as you may see on the left frame, the left guy is taller than, and they have more or less the same height in the second frame. This film was shot in the north of Mozambique, near the Malawi border, by one of the so-called cinematographic brigades that I just spoken to you a while ago. And they were sent to Africa precisely to do this, to people that live here. There we see an extremely mediated relation because there are almost no Africans who don't look at the camera, and this is interesting. They are aware of it and it provokes both estrangement and fascination. There are several shots of their dance which allow us to assume that it was performed to be filmed. This construction of an external and colonial gaze is reinforced by the close-up shots of the traditional costumes they wear, which emphasize this difference. In one of the shots, we see an African woman bare-chested, but there is a neutral look, contrary to what you'll see in a frame that I will show you a little bit later. The second film is called Academic Mission to Angola, Few Cinematographic Aspects of the Trip. The intertitle says, in honor of the mission, and we see adults and children posing to the camera. Women get together in a semi-circle and move their hips in a very low angle, probably on the top of the building. This shot. And women are in line with their backs to the camera, moving their hips, while men are playing musical instruments in the background. Another in the title says, a batuk was also organized in order of the mission with a beauty pageant and decorative arts. The camera being always, the camera is always outside from the circle in which the women are dancing in the first sequence. And the fact that there are no details of costumes or close-up shots of any sort makes us assume that the dance was performed for the mission and not for the camera. So it was not performed specifically to be filmed. Again, we have a film made during an academic mission. There is always this sense of discovery, and we also have Africans posing to the camera, something that happens in every of these films. So the third film would be Agricultural and Industrial Sentiment. And in the title informs us that in the end of the workday, people have fun. The audience is surrounding the dancer who wears a frock to amplify the movement of his hips. 3 men playing membranophons, and there is a close-up of a fourth one with a defying gaze to the camera. We'll see him in a bit. Despite the fact that the movie is silent, we see him moving his lips. He's speaking directly to us as viewers. Another man is looking at the camera with a more neutral gaze. There is a low-angle establishing shot of the inhabitants facing in face of the inhabitants dancing in face of an audience that also participates. Children make a circle and dance between themselves, and adults also dance with children, and 2 people play membranophone and other 2 record. The final shot is a girl playing membranophone while looking directly at the camera. This is not so much about traditional dances with specific costumes, but more social dances. The participation of children reinforces this aspect. Not surprisingly, there is also a fascination for the camera as everybody looks at it. However, with a small nuance. We see 3 close-ups of people with defying gaze at the camera, as these shots are, very obvious about that. Could this more assumed interaction with the camera signify that people are more at ease with it? It is a question without an answer so far. I should have stated when I told you that I have a PhD in film studies that for me, as a researcher and academic, it's as important to talk about what we see then it's as important that the way we see it, the way it is shot, because filming something in a certain manner also sends a direct meaning to the audience, right? There's a certain purpose in shooting something from a low angle or an high angle for these things. Because of time, I will probably skip this film, which is Plateau of Willa, and we are going to this week. Colonizing Action of Portuguese. It is actually one of the 2 excerpts that I had to show you, but I send the link them to the organization. We don't have time to do that now. There are 2 defining titles which summarize perfectly the message of this movie. The Dance of the Shepherd's Women, and we see a group of African women in a circle clapping. 2 of them are dancing in the middle. One has a child on her back, as we may see over there. There is a band over the audience, all women, and 2 men are playing membranophones. We see close-ups of women in the audience clapping and looking at the camera. There is back and forth cutting between the dancers and the audience. Near, so this is the dance of the shepherd's women, and then so they are clapping and looking directly at the camera. Okay, so second part of this movie. Near a few kilometers away, another dance, the dance of the civilization. That's the intertitle that we can reach. It takes place at an elementary school in Angola. So two pairs of children in costumes, the girls are white and the boys are black, make a traditional dance from Portugal, which is Portuguese folklore. In the recreation area, with an audience in the background, there is an establishing shot in the beginning and during the dance and close-ups of three of the dancers at the end. In this first sequence, the camera is slightly lower than in the previous movies, at the level of the chest. So we may almost see them directly in their eyes. The use of several shots reveals that the dance was made to be filmed and probably was done more than one time. Again, we have fascination for the camera with girls directly looking at the camera and women dancing with children on their back. Actually, this was this slide in which they were directly looking at the camera in the first sequence. So I made a mistake. I didn't switch the order of the slides. So this is the first suite, the shepherds, the dance of the shepherd women. And then the dance Civilization was only a few kilometers away and was performed not near the huts and on playground as the previous one, but on the constructed recreational area of a school. The fact that the dancers are both white and black also emphasized the intended civilized, quote unquote, aspect of the film. The audience is made from students, and there is a fair amount of white children among. Oh, I'm sorry. This was the plan. So we can see they're probably 50-50, I would say. In this case, the civilization, quote unquote, as I say in the movie, is connected to sort of folklore, which is very typical of Portugal. So the very last movie, while I still have a little bit of time, is the most problematic one of these films that I'm showing. It's called Africa in Lisbon, the Indigenous of Guinea, in the Portuguese Great Great Industrial Exhibition. One of the intercultural states, the fullest in their dances and singings, full of picturesque and of color, 3 dots, black. End of the citation of the intertitle. With the audience displayed in a circle in the background, there is a man dancing in the middle, while others play membranophone, idiophones, and chordophones. A man and a woman dance, and there is a band over the chiefs of the village in the audience. We see a close-up of the pitch of the dancer and of the musicians playing. These musicians also participate in the dance. The sequence ends with musicians laughing and playing lying on the ground. This film was shot in Lisbon during the so-called entitled Great Industrial Exhibition. And all these people were actually living on the site throughout the whole exhibition. So Portuguese people came here, grabbed a bunch of them and moved them back to Portugal to live on the site of the exhibition during this exhibition. This wasn't the only time, as it also happened in the Portuguese World Exhibition of 1940. Well, there is no other way to put it. It resembles a kind of a zoo, and it's the quintessential colonial gaze that you may see in these movies. Before this death sequence, there is an intertitle, Indiscretions of the Lenses, and between brackets of the camera. So girls were shot bare-chested, somewhat surprised, and they blindly close to the camera. There is an African man walking in a slightly low-angle shot, which gives him some importance because he's shot from behind, from below. He stands for us meaning, of course, white Portuguese people that were seeing this film. And of course, this is the trick of the cinema because we don't know if he was shot laughing of the girl or laughing of something else. But of course, when you put one image next to each other, they talk to one another. So that's one thing done to show. On the other hand, the color ... black, as in the intertitle, I have to say that in Portuguese the adjective comes after the noun, so it's not before the noun as in English. The dance sequence, the dancer spells, the dancer steps again there. Kind of fusion or two and two together. So the camera assumes itself as a participant in this reality, never tries to go unnoticed. So everybody knew that the camera was there. The camera represents the other, the one who looks and is looked at. So as I was saying, the camera represents the other. So I have double the phrase. And the camera is taken as a character by the participants in the movies, which is best seen by the close-up of provocative gaze that I show you that made to the camera. From what I've seen so far in the Portuguese movies of the film archive, Portuguese film archive, there are much more close-up shots of details in films with quote-unquote African dances than in films with traditional Portuguese dances, as are these two examples. Almost because there was an intention of showing thoroughly the differences that Africa represented vis-a-vis Portugal. With the exception of the civilization dance, quote unquote, understandably, there is never a mix between Caucasian and Africans, neither in dances nor in the audiences. The intertitles, color, ... black, indiscretion of the lenses, civilization, dance, emphasize the statues of colonial power, which that Portugal was at that time, but always safeguarding the future mild manners and gentleness, quote unquote, which was an expression that was famous, made famous later. So this mild manners and gentleness, the Portuguese dictator, which was called Salazar, said this expression and it became famous. And what could become the future of lusotropicalism, which is an expression by the Brazilian social scientist Gilberto Freire that used to define the relation of Portugal with its colonies on the tropics, meaning basically we were supposedly not as bad as other Europeans, which is something that more and more researchers are doing their academic research, and it's not rightly so, but that was the discourse in Portugal for many years. The supposedly successful adaptation of Portuguese people in that region was due not to political or economic interests, but an inborn empathy. And one last thing, when I was here last time, I learned what GMT stands for. I had Portuguese had 1 hour plus because it was on daylight saving time, but now we have reduced 1 hour. So we have GMT hours as usual. But in fact, GMT, I was told by someone from here, that stands for GAN and man time, but it could be called PMT because we also have Portuguese man time, which I hope I didn't surpass. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. That's a good one there. Round of applause for Sergio. So our next. Okay, so I think we should quickly take this spoken word. before Abdul Aziz comes in, because I can see people stretching and all that. So let's do this spoken word. So if Afi and my friends are around, round of applause for them. 2 minutes. She tells me they will perform just within 2 minutes. So let's do that quickly. And then we'll take Abdul Aziz. Round of applause for them.
Wow. It's essential. She's not complaining. In fact, yes, it is in the song of freedom will never have. It's like talking about anyone but yourself. Being talking with anyone and submit. Not a war. Not struggle for power, but a struggle against power to find our voice in a world upon without one. In a world where our silence is compliant. And our weakness is a sign of weakness. We have covered for so long it is time we stand up straight. We are no longer bending in our past. We are taking back our identities. We are capable of changing our false reality. We'll break the barrier and we will speak up and show up for each other, for ourselves, because this is the prize we're fighting for. They say behind every successful man, there's a woman. But are we about to ask behind this woman holding her up, refusing to give up or defeat? We are here today because of the young successful fought for us. The woman who raised their body so hard, they covered above the principles of patriarchy, who died and sweat to show that the seat at the table to die with pain. They say change is inevitable. That those who learn to embrace it with time thrive. A woman is an open. The best part of her to remain unread, unwritten. When God created woman, he called her in the stars. Give her raising life and yet see the beauty and the face of resilience to ride on storm. She's a masterpiece, meant to be the masterpiece and give out peace of every word from her lips and way of her hymns, the rhythm of her feet, the music, the word dances to see the love song. See, womanhood is a battle, and a woman is a warrior. With a crown of confidence upon her head, she is majesty. But soon their kingdoms arrive. When they say to you, woman, how dare you be bold? Be powerful. How dare you think you can ever amount to more than anything you have defined for you? How dare you think you can ever be free? I want to answer. I'm a woman, so how dare I not?
Wow, thank you. Round of applause for them. Well done. And so if we have Abdul Aziz, I'm told, is joining us online. If you can hear us, let's have your presentation. Abdul Aziz, so maybe you can project it for us so that we can follow him. Or if we are Abdul Aziz Siedu, if he's online, let's have that presentation.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Continue.
All right. Thank you.
Give us this presentation, and then we'll take the last presentation followed by probably another performance, and then we can have the.
We can hear you.
another
Continue.
discussion.
All right. So
All
I'm
right, so-
Abdulaziz Edu, and I'm presenting on the topic.
Abdulaziz, over to you.
Continue, bro.
Okay. Should I share my screen from here or you project it from your end? Okay. Is it okay now?
It's okay, so continue.
All right. So I'm presenting on the topic interpersonal violence against persons with disabilities in Ghana, a cross-sectional survey. And with the outcome of my presentation, I'll start from the background through to the conclusion of the study. Globally, persons with disabilities constitute 16% of the world's population, and that translates to about 1.3 billion people. And disability, according to the World Health Organization, is defined as long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder an individual from effectively participating in social activities. And from the 16% of the world's population, 80% of these people are living in low and middle income countries. And within the low and middle income countries, 40% are in Africa. And when we come to Ghana, from the 2021 census that was conducted, about 7.8, which is approximately 8% of our population are living with varied forms of disabilities. And from this number, about 8.8% are women and 6.7% are men. Violence is it's a major public health problem and is regarded as one of the major violations of human rights. And according to the Global Burden of Disease, about 500,000 of adults die every year because of violence. And there are different forms of violence. For instance, we have sexual violence, physical violence, and emotional violence. And evidence suggests that people with disabilities are more susceptible to violence. And the reasons for their susceptibility is because sometimes they depend on other people for their personal assistance or their daily activities. And in most cases too, they have reduced physical and emotional defenses to be able to protect themselves from these violence. And in most cases too, some persons with disabilities have also communication challenges. For instance, those with hearing impairment and those who are sometimes dumb might find it challenging to communicate some of their experiences they experience from other people. And again, there is widespread societal stigma and discrimination against persons with disabilities in various societies. And as a result, some of them feel reluctant to report the various abuses that they experience to the appropriate people. Who are the perpetrators? Sometimes they are their boyfriends or girlfriends, They are their peers or caregivers, other family members, neighbors, and even sometimes strangers. There are various effects of these experiences in terms of the violence that I'm talking about. As a result, those persons with disabilities who experience violence sometimes are less likely to engage in safer sexual behaviors. They sometimes also experience sexually transmitted infections, including HIV and AIDS. They also sometimes experience unwanted pregnancies, and in most cases, they experience emotional and psychological. So our study sought to assess the prevalence and factors associated with violence or interpersonal violence among persons with disabilities in the Ashanti region of Ghana. Now, the methods of the study. The study was conducted in the Ashanti region of Ghana. The Ashanti region, because from the census report, Ashanti region is the region with the highest number of persons with disabilities, and it hosts about 17.3% of the total number of people with disabilities in Ghana. So specifically, 2 study areas were chosen: the Ofinso North District and then the Kumasi Metropolis. The study obtained ethical approval from the Ghana Health Service, the Komfo Teaching Hospital, and then the James Cook University, where I'm currently doing my PhD. So I must say, this project is part of my PhD program. And it considers 2 categories of persons with disabilities: those with physical disabilities and those with visual impairment. So 402 persons with disabilities participated in the study. I think our technology is okay. The study was conducted, like I said, in the Kumasi Metropolis and the Ofinso North, and it was a cross-sectional survey among 402 persons with disabilities. And from this number, 170 were those with physical disabilities and 232 were those with visual impairment. Males constituted 195 and females constituted 207. The data was collected with a pre-tested questionnaire, and the data collection exercise started in January 2022 through to April 2022. The data was analyzed with Stata version 14, and frequencies, percentages, and binary logistic regression models, as well as chi-square analysis were conducted. Now with the results, the study found that about 64.5% of persons with disabilities have ever experienced at least one form of either sexual, emotional, or physical abuse. With the specific indicators, 59.7% have ever experienced emotional abuse, which was the highest, and 25.6% have ever experienced physical abuse, and 9.2% have ever experienced sexual abuse. 5.6% of those who participated in the survey indicated they've ever experienced all the 3 indicators of abuse that we considered in our study. Looking at this against sex, it was found that in terms of the at least one violence, males reported the highest. But in terms of sexual violence, females reported the highest of 11.28% against 7.25% for males. And that one was not statistically significant, but in terms of at least one, it was marginally statistically significant, which was showed by the chi-square analysis results. In terms of disability type, the findings show that the visually impaired were those who had the highest proportion of experiencing one form of violence, about 71.1%. And in terms of emotional violence, still the visually impaired were those with the highest. So all the indicators show that the visually impaired had the highest proportion of the various indicators of violence that were considered in our study. Who were those perpetrating these violence indicators against the persons with disabilities? With sexual violence, the predominant perpetrators were the neighbors, friends, partners, and other family members. Whereas with emotional violence, other family members, neighbors, and strangers were the main perpetrators. With physical violence, it was found that other family members, neighbors, strangers, and partners were the main perpetrators. The regression analysis also indicated that the visually impaired were more likely to experience at least one form of violence against those who were physically disabled. And those with severe disabilities and those living in large households were also more likely to experience at least one form of violence. However, those who are non-Christians were less likely to experience at least one form of violence compared to those who were Christians. What are therefore the implications of these findings? For the persons with disabilities, it is important to provide more education to empower them to overcome these abuse and also to report them as and when they experience such unwanted abuses. It is also important to train healthcare providers to understand disability issues and support persons with disabilities so that whenever the need arises for them to help them or provide any counseling or any related care to them, then they can easily provide those services to them appropriately. And in terms of policy, it is important to ensure the strict implementation of the Disability Act 715 that was enacted in 2006. Although that act is existing, but the implementation is quite a challenge. As a result, some of the persons with disabilities, which I'm still analyzing the qualitative aspect of the data, indicated that although they experience the disability, the violence against them, but sometimes they find it challenging to report because even when they report these issues to the appropriate courtesans, nothing is done about it. So if the Disability Act is really implemented, then some of these things will be taken care of. It is important to acknowledge certain limitations that were inherent in this study. This part of the results that was presented in this particular conference was only the quantitative aspect, and it was a cross-sectional survey. So it is only associations that were reported. We cannot determine causality. And there's also the possibility of self-reporting bias. Some people might either overestimate their experiences, or some people might feel reluctant to share their experiences. And the study was also conducted in only one region, that is the Ashanti region of Ghana. Therefore, generalizations of the findings should be done with caution. And then also, only two categories of persons with disabilities were considered: those with physical disability and those with visual impairment. In conclusion, there's high prevalence of violence against persons with disabilities in the study settings, that's the Ofinso North district and in the Kumasi metropolis. Males and those who are visually impaired experience more. However, females experience more of the sexual violence. And it is significantly associated with the disability type, the disability severity, household size, and religion. Therefore, concerted efforts are required to tackle this social problem against persons with disabilities. Thank you so much for listening.
Education Winneba. So quickly, let's have this, and then we can move to panel discussion. Sure. Of course, we'll take Tichiwa and is it Eunice or Esther as well? Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name is Justice Maui Makojo from the University of Education, Winneba, and mine is qualitative research. And it's basically a study of a text modeled by Julian Daniels. It's a play. So I'm looking at the female characters that are in the play, and then how they were stereotyped or they were abused, and then the implications of these abuses to females in society. So basically, I'm doing research on feminism. A study of female characters in models. So I'm doing a feminist study, and then I'm looking at a character, like I said. So first, I will talk about feminism, how it came about, and the person who brought the concept, which is actually Emma Charles Fourier, and then so I'll have a statement, introduction, the statement of problem, then my objectives, the theoretical framework, and methodology, which was actually absent, that I will talk about it. Then I'll have the findings of the study and then the conclusion. So that's what I was talking about, the feminism, how it came about, like Charles Fourier, and then how it started in the US and in Britain. So we have two people, or the wave of feminism, how it came about. I'm doing it because sometimes we talk about feminism, but we don't actually understand it to the core. So we generalize it the way we wish to. So this is how it started. These two people, one from US and then Susan Anthony from they started this wave. We first started with demand for their rights, that is a voting right, how it started, and then property rights, political candidacy. This is how they started this concept of feminism. Then the second wave came about, and they included the sex, the family, the workplace, the reproductive rights, and then the rest. And the third wave came, they became the individualistic. They came from the individualistic perspective. And then the last one is what we are facing right now. So when you go to the white feminism or the Western feminism, these are some of the concepts they are pushing. So we have the first one as illustrated over there, want to be equal to men. The second one is said that we don't need men. Then in the current dispensation, we see that they are actually saying we can be men as well. We want to be the men too. Then so I seek to identify or understand the specific ways in which higher education influences the perception of the character Baba. Experience of the university. So I come again that I was trying to explain feminism is a broad concept, and then we can have the African feminism. The African propagating. And then the main principle is about liberty and equality. Then also have them yes, so the broader perspective, like I was saying, doesn't serve the needs of the African woman. That is why what they are saying, they have colonized were included in that package. So what are they saying? They are also what fighting in the double way, because in as much as we are fighting this slave, we are also being subjugated in their marriages. So whenever it's the case of struggle in the broader perspective for Africa, they are also struggling again, which is the double one with the men, subjected to the abuses that they have. Need men, that kind of thing I'm talking about. Correct these enough reasons that they don't need men. So this is supposed to be a video of Candace Owen. She's a commentator in a show, which just yes, she supposed to be if play, but she was saying that the feminism, like I was saying, is actually not the broader perspective, and then they value men. They wish that men will still be in their lives. It's not that they are rejecting men. That's what she was trying to say in the video, but not being able to play it at this moment. Yes, so for the Afrofeminism, these are some spaces that came about for the feminism wave. So we have Alice Walker, she is propagating for humanism. That is one of the concepts of Afrofeminism. Then we have Katrina Apollo, she is also propagating for Matarism. And then we have Ogundupe Leslie, she is also propagating for Stewanism. All these are feminist concepts. And then we have a common goal, but different in structure. They are all seeking the liberty and the rights of women, but then they are taking it in different ways, not as they are preaching, but they have a common goal. That is the bottom line. So my presentation seeks to based on that of Leslie. She is saying that her own is Stiwa. Stiwa is social transformation, including women in Africa. Yes, there is a wind of transformation that is blowing across Africa, trying to emancipate ourselves and then try to develop ourselves. But they are saying that it should include men as well. It's not only the men that can champion this initiative in Africa. So when the wind of change is blowing, women must be included. And I'm glad you have several presentations over here talking about that, making sure that women are included in development and then career. So she's saying that if you're a writer, your writing should be committed to support, to tell a story of the other sex in an authentic, albeit progressive manner, while should be the gender stereotypes or the rule locks force on women in society. This is what they are preaching as a framework. Then African female writer must convey the experience of women. So we see more women writers. We have Emma Shetta, we have Julia Daniels, book I'm reading at the moment. We have so many writers who are feminists, and their works propagate the issues that women are facing in African terrain, especially with patriarchy. Then it must also be from the third world. If it is feminism about African women, it means that it must be from the third world, not the developed or the white world, let's say. So this mind framework that I'm using to test. So I'll use the model to test this framework. So like I said, I didn't bring my methodology, but it's basically a textual analysis. So I'll use the text modeled by Daniels, and I'll be looking at the characters. And that textual analysis, that we call something close reading. So we read the text and then you interact with it, you tinker with it, and when you are done, then you make your analysis. So that is my methodology. Then I have Chimamanda Adichie on the change. She also spoke in this short video, but unfortunately we can't play it. She was also advocating for the emancipation of women. And she says that we must do it in such a way that seek the right people, let's put it this way, seek the right authority when you're fighting for your rights. You can't just stand anywhere or do anything fighting for your rights. So she said that in the Igbo society, Bulanot is kind of revered, or when they sit down, they share the Bulanot and then they break it. It's a culture that they revere. They must not show the Bulanot to a woman. That is what she's saying. But when she went to a gathering as such, she decided to change the narrative. She spoke to the person that is in charge, and then they were able to show her the Bulanot when we look it. And she said that's the change she's advocating in Africa. So this is a synopsis of the play. It's basically about Baba. Baba is married to Kobna Isan. Then Isan married her at a very young age when she was in secondary school. And then he catered for her. Actually, she went to teacher training. And then Kwame Isan is actually not a high level person, in education. So he only ended at the secondary school. Then Baba went to training college. She came back and then she's in the house. In the house, she takes care of basically everything. Then the husband, who is an auto parts seller at the Buteo Line, comes back and subjects her to beatings and all sorts of abuse in the marriage. Then she is forced to go to the university as a way of freeing herself from these abuses in her marriage. So she decided to go to the university. It is through this university that she goes to how do I put it, a safari or something like a sexual escapade, multiple dating with men on campus. She had an encounter with the ex president at level 100, encounter with lecturers, even politicians. She was just like the freedom of leaving the husband. And she had a very close friend. That is the roommate called Tessa. Tessa was kind of a foil to her. Was a religious one, morally upright. She doesn't do all these things. So the beginning, we see that a mother is Betua, and this is before she goes to school. She enters and all this is starting like nothing is wrong with her. Her mother is aware of all these, but when she enters the room at the opening of the play, this is how it's like everything seems equal, everything is an impact. So we see that that's actually a facade or a deceptive look. Yes. So as Amanda said, it's a fresh start. Then I look on this literary device in media res. This is where you plant into the middle of a story. Now, most of the stories that we hear, we don't see from the beginning. You start from the middle somewhere, then later you discover that this is actually happening. Because of this, that this is what's happening. That's the in media res. So we see at the beginning that there is joy in the face of Baba. So later on in Act 4, that we discover that she's actually not happy in her marriage at all. So some excerpts from the book talking about the abuse. So she is gathered, they are all gathered to dissolve her marriage to the husband of Isan. Now Isan also says fine, he won't accept it because he has been cheating like every man, African man does. He will cheat and then the woman cannot talk about it because he's the man. He took care of Baba and when she was in school and all those things. So he can't, shouldn't have the right to do that. And she said that he yelled at, slaps me and sometimes tries to kill me. What has been worse is that he does these in the presence of my children.
Now, there's one thing that Afro-feminists are communicating. They want respect in their marriage. You don't allow, they don't like when you treat them with disrespect in your marriage. They want you to respect them, just like everybody respects men. So this is actually lack of respect for Baba. That is why she went to university at her free will. She enjoyed the time on campus, and she doesn't regret it at the end of the play. Yeah, so this is another excerpt about the whole thing. Then on all these things, she cooks, she cleans, she serves him beautifully. And the money she gives is not enough. She adds her own to what? Make sure that it's food on the table. This is a typical of what an African wife. That is why it's green. Then the next one, he beats her with belts and all those things, and then there are scars and brutalities on her. That is not what the African woman wants. She wants respect. Then there is the double struggle. The double struggle I've already talked about. Yes, we are struggling as Africans, to liberate ourselves from neo-colonization or colonization. And then the woman is also suffering as well. These are the changes the African woman, the women of Stiwa, social transformation, including women in Africa. These are the things they are propagating for. Then we see that at the end of it all, the abuse, we have his son sees her as an object of sex. So when he comes back from work, he just sleep with her, and then slavery. She does all the domestic chores in the house, and then what? You commoditize her. Commoditize her in the sense that you sell her kind of. This is the reason that her father actually sent Baba. He gave her out to his son. That is why I say they are commoditized. So you are giving out and then you take the money. That is what I'm trying to say. She didn't agree to the marriage, but her father insisted. That is why she went into the marriage in the first place. So that is a modification I'm talking about as a woman. They should be allowed to what? Say, I love this person and I want to be with the person. Not that you go and then you give them out and I'll take your bride price. Then the difference of my son is that took care of her since she was secondary school through to training college and then did everything for her. That is not what they are saying. She said that, okay, thank you for doing all that, but you can't subject me to what slavery and all these things because you take care of me. That is not what they want. Then she goes to university and then she commits everything she wants to do. Possible meeting with students, lecturers, and even politicians. Now, I highlight it as red because society sees as what bad. But that is her way of expressing that she wants her freedom. So that's also what's my conclusion. We have to talk about. So the implications, she needs our empowerment. I can talk about. Yes, so the Afro-feminists, they talk about the space of African women, and we see that in the marriage of Baba. They need men. That is why at the end of the play, Baba marries again and relocates to America. She didn't say, I will not marry. And even it's what seek to raise, not to raise masculinity, but patriarchy. If you understand patriarchy, you understand what I'm saying. Patriarchy is when you have men, ordering them around and all those things. And then subject them to all these things I talk about. So at the end, they seek agency, they seek love, respect, and equity in gender and social roles. Do not commodify or commoditize, objectify them, like sell them into marriage. That is not what they want. Let them in what decision making, and then don't domesticate them. That is, don't subject them to action. That is what they are saying. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Justice Mauli. Thank you. Another round of applause for him. So we have Patterson and Elizabeth Peterson here. Is she around? Okay, so Tichua, we have your performance, and then we quickly have the panel discussion. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, so while the performance is ongoing, can we have the ushers or the protocol team help with the chairs for the panel discussion? Thank you.
where dreams are capable of taking flight. Let a girl's voice rise and let it break through the night. Across the tapestry of our continent, her voice can and must find its place. Girded by strength and grace, she is capable of standing tall and proud, demanding equality and speaking truth aloud. Whether illuminated by the northern sun, whether singing by the Volta lakes, from across high streets to the shores of Cape Coast, watch her challenge norms and fight for the cause. Her dreams know no bounds, her spirit's unyielding, for a world where gender equality is reality. For she knows she inhibits power. Yes, she can become a beacon of hope, a symbol of grace for both male and female. In Ghana's embrace, there are treasures untold, rich human resources just waiting to unfold. Not just unfold, assimilated, incorporated, and utilized to make our Ghana bold. Let's harness this power. Let's ignite the flame. To lift up the girl child and to change her game. From under the macula tents to heroines of change. From silver kaya pants to shimmering dainty dresses. From grimy little smiles to diplomatic finesse. With our rich cocoa fields to real sparkling diamonds, with our chocolate wit and savvy ways, and our golden keys that open doors to greatness. Access to skills and training, let's make it a right for all. With our fertile land and rivers that flow, let's sow seeds of opportunity and watch it grow. Together, let's empower the girl child, side by side. Thank you.
In a world where equality blooms a radiant sun, no limits, no teeter. Together, we can do this. Please let's all be on our feet and take this together. Please hold the person beside you's hands. We believe we can do it. We've started, and along the line, it's going to be difficult, but just know that we can do it. It's projected on the screen. Let's say it together. Together we rise, hand in hand, breaking barriers, a united stand. No more shadows, no biased night. In equality's glow, we find our light. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Tichiwa and her friends. That was beautiful as well. We want to take a performance from King Sobada. Performance on gender. Yes, 2 minutes. And so take that briefly. Once we are done, all panelists, please get ready. Welcome Stella to come and moderate that session for us. So a round of applause for him.
The continent of Africa cannot develop without a full contribution of our women. Women are the bedrock of our society. So once they are empowered, our society is also empowered. DJ, let's go.
A round of applause for him. These are technical issues. So we take the panel discussion, he'll come back. I think they will resolve that and then he comes back. So he has a very beautiful song, Gender. And so that's what he wanted to treat us to have that. So Stella and her panel will take over. And so over to you, Stella.
My volume.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. It's not really about it's not
Yeah. This is not fantastic. Computer and bloody. And I didn't know how to key now. Uncle. Boleh dia. Kenal dia. Sama cek. Computer yang bloody. Apa bukan Pak? Gender equality. Now the first launch in this show, but they say they get for external across Africa countries. Like Sierra Leone probably one of them. Namibia the only participant. So like put it in
Let's look at how technology can facilitate the education of opportunities for women. This includes let's look at how to connect women entrepreneurs in the market, funding opportunities, and resources to start and grow their business. And one thing that women is women.
Nana sa gbate mo sa 6 7 ya ngo ma pu na kon ma bu ti wala
That's why I'm watching the organizer. We can't.
Now, what that have successfully contributed to enhancing gender equality? Thank you very much. The Ministry has been laboring to update national gender policy, which I said earlier on. And then currently it has been reviewed and updated. We can't have a policy without us reviewing or updating it. So we have reviewed and updated it to have key broad policy guidelines to be able to get to the level of the gender equality and overcome that in the policy. Also, the ministry has developed a framework to engage men and boys as a toolkit. We want to use men and boys as allies, as champions to end gender-based violence. We have also updated the Domestic Violence Act to support victims of domestic violence. And through the Domestic Violence Act, I'm happy Doreen spoke about app to end domestic violence. We have the Branding app. I don't know how many of us have heard about it. Well, really trying to help. So the ministry, the support from UNFPA, the Orange Support Center, we have the Branding app where victims can call on and they report issues. We've also developed a framework to engage traditional authorities. You know, they are supposed to be our four lines in the community. So we want to engage them to break the policies in the country. There are a lot, but because of the time, I will just say and of course, our Trafficking Act is also complete. Thank you. Very number 2. Very from Togo. I'm very going the idea of gender equality. Other policies, can you give us specific policies that Togo has put in place to see with that the core that we're tackling is like. Thank you very much. In Togo, there's been quite a remarkable and notable improvement as regards to the knowledge and awareness on gender equality. And we have a national policy on gender equality as well as equity that we have been able to implement in the whole country. And this is highlighted specifically through educational programs that we have set up for young girls who are doing well in order to be able to actually be equipped, because they need to be the issue that we're talking about the necessary women to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that gender equality is offering. So specifically, we've been acting on education, and it is also underlined that we have a first female prime minister in the country since we've had our independence 63 or 64 years ago. We have a woman as the head of parliament, and several things are actually going on lately. We have made legislative reforms in order to improve the legal framework so that domestic violence is erased. Women have better access to financial services as well.
Well, it looks like a lot is being done in Togo. Now let's go to you for Portugal. Now, how is Portugal like? Have you embraced gender equality, or they also feel that men are in the seats, men are the bosses?
Or university, we have something important by chair. So there has to be a certain amount of people that occupy those positions. There's no way the all male council anymore. So yeah, they must have a long way to go. Because for instance, actually we did have a woman practice.
They make this done here. Just 1 year.
Yeah, but yeah, we were a little bit underground for the and there was not
Okay, thank you very much. Harold, how did we help you? You started in Japan. How is Japan like? Are we embracing gender equality, or is the same thing?
When it comes to now, let's go to the used to take pictures of the ancestors of classes. So what the Japanese government gave us a sound, capture sound on the mobile level. So we begin to try to take a single picture of the bus intended to. So this is one of the policies Japan to address
Sure, see,
I know just our guy.
I realized that even in Dubai, when you stand in the train, the women are on one side and the men are on the other side. And in Dubai, the women are more protected. So yeah, I think we are trying to fight against the gender imbalance. Nice. Now let's look at are there what figuring? No. Vicky.
ministry, collaborating with other ministries and institutions to work on gender in their in that particular institution. So that is one, that's the ministry, and then the other civil service, we have that they have signed an MOU on that. And also the ministry has been rolling out yearly on a program called Gender Equality Training, where we invite hundreds to we take 70 girls and it makes it easier their various regions. We are doing the 70 girls. We are not saying the boys are not important, but we all so that's the the national gender policy. What about right? So for my What I want to bring to our attention is specifically the UN that Togo has actually adopted, and it has even prolonged to the private sectors as well as civil society organizations. And regarding that, we've been able to engage the private sector as regards to signing actually a charter, a gender charter, so that there are better policies for women inside corporate sectors. So that for a same job, they have the same salary as well as women. And what is now actually notable is that in this set of laws, we have been able to bring out the necessity of pregnant women not to be dismissed, because over time they were dismissed due to their pregnancy. But now, because of these rules and charters, the pregnant women can continue working as long as she can before going to her leave.
I don't see that happening in Ghana. Maybe I would say for the government sector, you're the pregnant and yourself.
I know they would have.
That's the one. And the partnership and the strategic policy that are pushing to achieve the equality. Successful one. Okay, yeah. Oh, beautiful.
When I had my first child, my first son, 14 years ago,
have some place okay for them. Yes. What time is it?
Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. We are looking for that in Ghana. The advocacy has gone on for too long, and we can testify. So in Portugal, this has been in existence for the past 40 years. This is 20 years. So we see that pushing policy in other policies. I Now let's look at some of things and approaches that have been effective in promoting education and skill development in relation to gender equality. Some innovations, the policy, the technology.
The guy will perform. We listen to the car. How you do it? Some guy they come.
Are there some innovations that you think
Go out.
because we are going to put out the question.
Take your drive. Conference. With your wedding engagements and conference, but I think one of my program more than
these are very innovations which we might implement here. This not right after the conference. Well, it may not be on that scale it up. We will see about what is most important, you have to make sure that the target is which is
That's beautiful. Gender inhabitants, right? And that he or she, into the body, that's not really quick one. Just a quick one, yes, so innovating ways, the Ministry of Education, the Liberation of Education Agenda, as they so that's enough to bring the girls or to bring her gains and to see. I don't know whether you heard of that. That one basically is for adults who don't get a form of education, and then also for those that are out of school to come back, and then for those public releases for the easy, the graduates, and then also we need to cut off payments when they are going to the university. They are trying as they bring those as we look at some courses, maybe the man has to be selling. Okay, now let me come to you and let me come to you, Robbie. And Robbie, how can community-led approaches contribute to promoting gender equality? That quick one. Okay, let me hand over my seat. Please sit down. You are. Hello. Okay, so I'll just quickly mention the points. Then I'll just one thing that I think community-led approaches, yes. How it contributes to promoting gender equality. Okay, so one, the idea inclusivity and participation, customization of solutions, and then local governance and decision making, and the role of community. So I'm going to just with that one. The role of let's just take the because I think it's very clear to me. Oh, let's wrap up on that. Community approaches are important to promote equity and social justice.
Such approaches should strive for a ensure that all groups and voices are heard and respected, and that all individuals.
Enjoy your body, enjoy your body.
Okay, beautiful. Now, the addition of the panel, better late than never. You're from Cameroon. How is the Cameroon situation like?
There's one.
Photography.
I'm called Jonathan Spivey. I am a journalist.
I can give you 9.
So I think Cameroon is a great gender that is concerned. But we always want that for the advancement in most families in Cameroon, where the women are here, let's say, lecture. But in and now you want to protect your personality in public. You want to protect yourself in public, and it becomes difficult to expose that. I think if all women in Africa want to be empowered. Yeah, all women in Africa want to be educated. And the African man is a patriarchal man that will not, for any reason, want to feel that the woman is open. If you have a salary more than like, it will become so difficult, no matter how much he tries to accept it, will be difficult to understand that my wife is better than me. And whether you like it or not, those tenets of violence internally. So I think as going ahead with empowering the SGY, we should also be making sure that it's all women that as empowering yourself, you're going ahead with development. The rest assured, look for strategies to combat violence that is
and so it's amazing that these talents that have been raised, we have to cut out so short. So collaboration for a lot of things, gender next, gender equality clinic, he or she initiated both in Ghana and in Togo, innovative approaches such as gender in agribusiness, access to technology, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and framework to engage men and women. I would say that I'm really honored to have the panel. I would have loved to have the map, but because of time. So thank you, let's clap for them.
We have the performance now. Oh, wait, one. All right, thank you very much. Grateful. Yeah, thank you. So quickly. But
What is and somebody have to come with men to give their best to convictions. But they have the capacity to bring this solution to the Africa is huge value of opportunities that follow. Africa is black value of opportunities. Africa is huge value of opportunities. Let's like our life and change the perception that if we put the one is always it's by my hands as a black plus company you will get funny people would see is remember why the man can be a man who is and who is that if not a matter of cooperation, but that there's collaboration. Let us go away. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. A lot of applause for you. A lot of applause for you. A lot of applause for you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we want to share few individuals who have helped one way or the other, their contribution.
Want to invite Carol to the stage? Saifa Kamara is around already. Mr. Justice Mauli Gonzo. Yeah, my handsome man, well done.
The backdrop.
Yeah. Your recognition of your contribution and commitment to IoT global and gender equality we present this to you.
You know that. What's that? 20%. So the 4.
Hello. You all done very well. We get to the end of the program. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. Very memorable conference. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. All the speakers have traveled far in here. Our beautiful client has reversed all the spoken words, all the artists, everyone, they have done that very well. And then you should be very proud of us. So we'll be part of this memorable historic conference. This is just the beginning. We are going to pick all our contacts. We are going to talk about our next work to continue this work that we have started. We are going to focus on our school next year, and then we are thinking of we are going to Ghana and from Ghana outside of Thank you. Well, next you done very well. I believe thank you. Well done. Bravo.
Thank you very much. I have very nice please. Thank you everyone for coming. We have to thank them. Those who know that we are now invited to so we are putting the first level of young standing as we pray and close the conference officially. Thank you. We are praying. My Heavenly Father, we thank you. We do and honor for absolute successfully. Pray for everybody to ask those who are the need to ask for presence, go with them. Also ask for simply for on the way for. Sake of God, the next of unity upon us. Let all that we are going through today be and part upon our life, and we also affect like Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate all of you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hey, mom, I better keep you that way. Hey, I'm about to. All right. You know,
Yes, my sister is. Yes,
Samuel. Sì, per la mia io un milione di questo chi mai sei? Chi mai sei? Comunque, ci vediamo in capo, ma oggi già lo poi. Questo background dallo noi. Na bakuna nan. Where are you going? Where are you down there? The last one.
How do they get you? For the investor, right? I'll give it to I think. I'll give it to Hakim. So I think where's the cake? There's a cake. Yes. I'll put it up.
Allez, vas-y, mets-tu. I'm not sure I say hold back. Or go through it. Hold back. You. You know where? Hey. See, yo. No. So, you know, the time they call you. I was just around. Oh. The performance was good. I tried to, play the music, but then I felt like interrupt you. So that's why I leave it, so that you can have your own natural flow. And it was cool. I was tired. No, listen, but it was good. Trust me. Master, it was good. Hello?
Macho, what happened now?
SRA was good.
From where food break? Okay. Now wait, a quack flow and no catch it on and pass our traffic. Calm down now.
What do you think?
I will jam the side.
Okay. Hey. Sorry. No, make the man finish then.
Yeah, if the woman finish, that's it. Philip, they make me the.
If the woman finish, if the
Philip.
woman finish, you can go the silent.
Philip.
The woman way they do the interview. If you finish her.
No.
Wait.
Yeah, you according to contract, I am an person. I tell them that I know people do something.
I promise you.
I can't sit here with permission. I made them free. But now they like traveling away.
Travel is style you.
It's time because we do one day program, but we do but them to they want to set up this. So if you left there days before them.
Yes. They monitor everything.
Then you finish 2 hours, you can't wait another day again before you come.
You go pay well, don't worry.
Huh? Who pay there? Philip, now we close it. Now we the pack. The truck driver said you know be available for now. So different guy with the camp. You call him. You say what? No. Me that talk. I know if you so I'll talk to somebody else. The person they come. That's sure. Yeah. Tell them to somebody they come.
Who call you find the walk of her? Find the walk of her. Yeah, Yeah, that's right.
You know, there's no offset with screen. Hey,
you don't know. I mean, they monitor the screen, so if shadow come play. The job like what are you saying? When I think they will come back. Madame, le temps que je vais continuer.
I don't control with your money. I know it's on there. If they go, if you have a big thing on the news, and they am power getting. They am power getting, and I am forgetting to plan on it. Also, what happened? Mama, brother. What be this? Oh, but I don't do like you. Sorry. Hey, somebody go fight you. I was calling you the line. I beg. Oh, you can go. Everything. Now we are going to send that. You are not attacking us. Fight. You are not attacking us. That one, I think it's no, we have to decline. Only decline. On 40 client, if I have to tell you. Let's we go do and no guy who said I about that. We please study. I don't know that. Only people I will change your name before you speak. See many panel. Why is that? I'm not charging clients on 3-5. Charging clients no, if you judge the matter with it, now it charge me 4K. No, me, I don't get problem, but I don't know why the only pay. I bet that I'm telling you, my own I think I also best something like that. Now, Mr. Media. Meanwhile, only me about the news. Only we back in this, so the best. But still, our person has to come in some more. You can't tell me so. No, I can't tell me so. Right? So I'm not doing it. More than anything. You know what I'm saying? Yes, 8,000. Clemente. Who is Clemente? You know what the 8,000. You get 500.
Screen. Hey, Jama, your move is serious.
Yeah.
But why they think they go sleep? Put for never sleep.
I'm not taking all my money.
Put the machine for never sleep.
I'm not taking.
Yeah, I'm bringing. No, I mean put the machine for never sleep.
No, for yes. Drivers. Khalid, I know we go to signal table.
Professor, more pointing our eyes, sir. Wait me to maybe. Charlie, maybe wait me to maybe.
Feature side and side. Side and side.
We send a picture of it. Oh, chairman. You need to do your event when somebody do it, so we have.
Where they said, you need to do it.
Na mo yi capture zenwie na mo de brand advertisement akware. On is that.
Tomorrow you know
advertisement na to ho. They be woman you know for your event contact then.
But those people they are not around.
Let that brand advertisement.
Oh, yeah, Juma, now what are you guys?
And some people asking for the what?
What do you want when I'm coming?
Where the lens cover?
Joshua, good evening, boy. Go here. I remember you people.
We're doing, and I'm a point. I'm
But yeah,
that will be something. Hi.
Me for baby, me for me for Yan to your name so I demand you, only need to marry.
I'm in the cover. Waiting the lens cover.
It's me about your mumba to see.
I wrote that security. I don't that would be. Boy, JJ. Boy. Charlie, mun shata o mun mu besi nko. I don't want to come on. Hey, why is it? Probably we are all the batteries. I'm seeing only the batteries.
I did, yeah, on all for us.
Well, think how many batteries are inside. I'm seeing only 3 batteries. Supposed to be 6. No, 6. Wait, supposed to be 6.
Check his camera.
There's 1 here.
Oh, one in the camera.
I think move it from the camera.
8 by 3.
I think
Hey, Kobe, now you challenge.
the way with the
The team is saying you go talk somebody we'll go quick look like a bad person. You know, it's not how we make it come Can I make you know say you move the car to the back up?
Oh, Joe. You say when?
So when he's done,
I think if you want to video, call me the
Picture square. It is in every year, so we can from
Like computer.
so you can.
Mama.
yeah. That's something they the microphone. Oh, have you? Yeah.
Okay. If the French orders,
Yeah. All the microphones, including my own son. What they now call the visa, a chat, Clement and the Yeah. I know they are proud, so you must have a ring. And then found. And I said, I will tell you 1 year down some advisor. You can tell you this is my voice or something, Mama said. Yeah. You know, no, see. The thing is, no, you see, the thing is, if they take the money for sometimes you go take them, another person go take exactly. Yes, and I have to 5 million pounds. That's what they happen. Why they find this for?
Philip, yeah.
So me, no, but me, I did say, treat the equipment, treat it like it's your like you go to this nigga. I'm trying to buy 3,000. In the mean, you cry. Okay, isn't it? Same thing, 2 mics, 2 mics. It's not that we wireless.
I won't go to
yeah, no girl. So we love on them.
We said we wait on the driver to come here before it's not outside.
Down before.
No problem.
I think that's all. Sorry. That's side with the boys. I go to one. I was telling you the phone. Yeah. Make sure I said. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hello. Nico police. Huh? You park it. You drop the shit. Elevator did it.
Coming back from the company for my company, you can't go show Benny. And now what old one? My son at the field. I will use for